for today's post-mortem on the tourism season in the Western Cape, where we are going to be looking at and dissecting how this past tourism season has gone, but also looking into possible bottlenecks, possible challenges that need to be addressed, some including visa backlogs, for example. Before we get into the thick of it, I just want to firstly welcome the members and welcome the officials who are with us today. We are going to have officials from the Department of Home Affairs, from Airports Company South Africa, the Department of Transport. We do have the Department of Economic Development and Tourism online and in person, as well as Wesgro. And I also want to welcome any members of the public who are watching online. To date, we haven't received any apologies, and I just want to confirm, no apologies received. I want to just remind everyone who is joining us, whether online or in person, in terms of rules of engagement. Should you have any questions and you're joining us online, you can indicate your question using the raise hand function. Throughout the duration, please keep yourselves muted and also turn your video off. There will be an opportunity for questions after presentations. And other points of order can also be indicated on the chat function. So with that, I will firstly hand over to the members to introduce themselves, and then we'll hand over to the officials. Thank you.
Good morning,
Good morning, Chair. Khalil Brancase.
A member of the committee.
Thank you. I heard Member Brinkcase online, and then Member van der Westhuizen. Over to you, Member.
Good morning,
Thank you, Chair.
Chair. Can I continue? Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everyone. I'm Member Select, member of the committee. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Chair. My name is Matlodi Maseko, and I'm an alternate member to the Standing Committee.
Thank you. Are there any further members online who'd like to introduce themselves? I see none. So I'll now hand over to the officials who've joined us.
Good morning, Chair. I'm Ilse van Skalkwyk. I'm the Chief Director at the DDAT, the Department of Economic Development and Tourism, responsible for sector support.
Good morning, Chair. I'm Jacques Stolz. I'm Director of Tourism at the department.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. My name is Monica Ewell. I'm the Chief Destination Marketing Officer at Wesgro.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. I'm Jean Skeltimer, the Chief Marketing and Innovation Officer at Wesgro, and I'll be attending on behalf of Renal Stander today.
Thank you very much. I'll now allow officials who've joined online to introduce themselves.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. My name is Velile Dube. I'm Head of Department for Economic Development and Tourism.
Thank you very much. Are there any further officials?
Good morning, Honourable Chair. Good morning, Honourable Members. I'm Yusuf Simons, the Acting Deputy DG for Immigration, based here in Pretoria. Thank you.
Thank you very much for joining us and for joining us so early. We're very happy to have you. Are there any further officials?
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. This is Mark McLean, the Regional General Manager of Cape Town International Airport. Good morning. I'll be joining you in the chamber shortly.
Thank you. All right, with that, I see no further introductions. Just to introduce myself, my name is Kayla Murray and I'm the Standing Committee Chair for Finance, Economic Opportunities and Tourism. And I'm duly assisted by Zahida and by Masintle, who make all of this possible and do a lot of work behind the scenes that we don't necessarily see. So just to acknowledge their hard work. With that, I'd like to hand over to the department to do their presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. If I could begin by making a few remarks and then hand over to the team that's in the house. We are here today to debrief and reflect on the past tourism season 22-23. And we saw an interesting and a remarkable international arrivals recovering to pre-COVID-19 levels. The domestic market share, we saw a recovery of around 75%, and it was hampered by a couple of things, one being the domestic airlift and also the capacity on the aircraft side. Again, the majority of our major tourism attraction have been very profitable seasons, have seen a profitable season, which includes our short stay accommodation sector. And again, Chair, the summer season readiness plan as it was presented in October of last year. We are pleased to indicate that it was implemented successfully, albeit continued challenges as it relates to tourism safety and domestic airlift, as I indicated earlier on. And in the room, Chair, we'll have the department as well as Westgro, and they will be doing the brief updates on the outcomes thereof. I am ably joined in the room by Ms. Ilse van Schalkwyk and Mr. Jake Stolz from our tourism team, as well as Ms. Jean Selfma and Monica Lul from Westgro. With that brief commentary, Chair, I'll hand over to the team to do the presentation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, HOD.
Right, thank you, Chair, and thank you, HOD, for setting this scene. As HOD mentioned, I think that generally speaking, we've been very pleased by the performance of the industry over the past few months. I think generally we're seeing a very positive trend in recovery, and we actually now looking forward to a growth period. I'm going to touch on just some of the challenges and successes we've experienced during the past tourism season. Members may recall that we did present our season readiness plan last year. And this presentation really follows on from that presentation in terms of giving feedback on some of the initiatives we've implemented. I will also then afterwards give Westgro a chance to just take us through the actual performance and some of the data, as well as some of the campaigns that they've implemented. And then also just to say that we will provide an update as requested on the remote working visa, which we know that members are particularly interested in. So I think in terms of season performance, I'm not going to spend time on this. This will be covered by Westgro in their presentation. So I'm going to dive straight into some of the challenges and successes where it comes to just generally in terms of our readiness as a province and some of the highlights that we saw over the past few months. In terms of tourism safety, obviously tourism safety is a major concern for us. There is, as members would know, there is a provincial tourism safety strategy in place, which we as the department implements. And that really is to ensure that visitors have a safe and memorable time when they're visiting the province. So over the past season, we saw high visibility in the Cape Town CBD, Table Mountain, Signal Hill, V&A Waterfront and the Boerkop, so essentially the City Bowl, by the City of Cape Town's Tourism Safety Law Enforcement Unit. It was a 10-member unit. It's now been pushed up, I think, to 20 members. And they really do a sterling job of every day patrolling some of the key tourist hotspots in the city. They've been also supported by the Department of Community Safety's Chrysalis Academy cadets. Something like in the region of 20 of these cadets have also been made available to patrol our streets and making sure that tourists are safe. I think also that something that stands out is the fact that we hosted quite successfully a number of major events, from the Cape Town EPRI to the APSA Cape Epic Cape Town Cycle Tour. And these are major events that occurred quite successfully without any significant incident. In addition, we also participated in a number of various tourism safety activations and campaigns. The photo that you see there is part of a safety tourism awareness campaign that was implemented in the Drakensberg municipality. It was a 2-day-long intervention in partnership with the Department of Tourism, and we distributed a number of safety tips and other collateral material to visitors. Some of the challenges, we all are familiar with the sad disappearance of the German tourist, Nick Frischke, as well as other recent incidents. And these incidents underscore the ongoing importance and also challenges around tourism safety. We will be conducting in the course of this month, we will conduct an annual tourism safety trend survey, which builds on a survey that we introduced last year. And this is really to understand how the industry experienced tourism safety in the province over the past 6 months. And then lastly, I think another challenge that remains is obviously with regards to the tourist transport operator licenses that are issued by the National Public Transport Regulator. Although things seem to have been improving, there are still operators that are battling to get their licenses. The result of this is that sometimes vehicles do get impounded, and we've had incidents where international tourists have been left by the side of the road, basically. So that is a concern. I think in terms of destination accessibility, I'm going to touch briefly on this, but I do know that you will be receiving other presentations during the course of today to speak to this. But I think generally we saw that both at Cape Town International Airport and George Airport, passenger volumes were close to pre-COVID levels, 2019 levels. And in general, we didn't see the type of travel disruptions that the Northern Hemisphere experienced last year. So I think that's definitely a positive. Despite this, there were some sporadic instances of passenger queuing, as well as downtimes reported of the e-gates. Again, sporadic. Then obviously this requires long-term solutions to boost Department of Home Affairs staff numbers and also extend the e-gates beyond just domestic use. Both Cape Town International Airport and George Airport also require urgent infrastructure upgrades to keep pace with rising demand. We're familiar with the fact that prior to COVID, there were upgrade plans in place for Cape Town International Airport, and then because of COVID, those plans couldn't be realized. And I'm sure later on today, you'll get an update from the CEO on that. In the case of the Cape Town Cruise Terminal, there were no significant complaints from cruise operators. However, there are berthing challenges in general at the port, which is exacerbated when more than one cruise ship needs to berth. So we've actually had a few days this summer where there were 2 or 3 cruise ships at the harbour at the same time, and then there were some berthing challenges. At the start of the season, we also had some challenges at the port of Durban, which then had a knock-on effect on our season. And then I think on a positive, we also at the beginning of the season in October, we partnered with South African Tourism, and they then ran the welcome training program at the Cape Town Cruise Terminal, which was, we're very pleased with that. And that's something that we are in discussions with them to actually extend that to Cape Town International Airport and George Airport. In terms of workforce readiness, I'm sure members are aware of the fact that we do experience a skills shortage in the industry. And we've been undertaking research to understand the scale of this challenge. And our research shows that 42% of the industry indicated that they have struggled to fill vacancies over the past 6 months. Kitchen staff, foreign language guides, tour consultants, and front of house managers were some of the occupations mentioned that were hard to fill. We obviously also aware of the situation regarding the Zimbabwean exemption permit, and there is a sense amongst the industry that should the permit not be extended, that this will exacerbate the industry skills shortage. Despite the above challenges, we were able to successfully place 245 learners with various employers, including Cape Town International Airport, Cape Nature, and various members of FIDASA in the hotel and restaurant industry. We've also revived a tourism skills forum, which basically is a clearing ground for TVET colleges and the industry. And we've already had our second meeting. Our third meeting is coming up in 2 weeks' time. And then as DDAT, we also support tourist guides. It's something that's very close to our hearts. And we've trained 33 tourist guides in both culture and nature guiding at participating sites in the Cradle of Human Culture on the West Coast. And this was a joint project of DDAT and DCAS. In terms of activations and communications, this year we tried something a bit different because most of our communications around tourism safety speaks to international audiences, and we realized that there's actually a gap and that we need to communicate with domestic audiences as well. So we implemented a social media campaign targeting specifically domestic tourists, and the main objective of the campaign was to provide safety tips to South African travelers and tourists visiting the Western Cape. And the campaign ran from 13 December to 13 January, so it was a month-long campaign. And I'm pleased to say that with a very small budget, we actually generated nearly 4 million delivered impressions across Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. So we're very pleased with the results of this campaign, and we will be extending this in the upcoming summer season at the end of the year. And then just lastly, in terms of the remote work visa advocacy efforts, we are currently in the process of commissioning research to model the economic impact of visa reform, including the introduction of a digital nomad visa. This is really to give us solid data in terms of how visa reform will impact on the economy. We also, as you are aware, there was a remote work visa submission drafted in 2021 by the department. And this will again be discussed at the upcoming MINMEC meeting, which will coincide with Travel Indaba. We will also be launching a visa webinar series soon to showcase international best practice as it relates to all types of visas. We've also commenced work with the Department of Higher Education and a national working group regarding the critical skills visa, and also alignment with industry demand profiles. And then lastly, the e-visa portal requires an amended approach, and support will be available to the Department of Home Affairs on improved communication to applicants to avoid common errors, as well as any red tape production support. Now, Chairperson, as you might be aware, what we're seeing with e-visa applications, that a high percentage of e-visa applications are declined. So we are looking at working with the Department of Home Affairs to understand why that is the case. So as the tourism industry, we can give greater guidance to applicants so that the applications are successful. Chair, that's it from my side. I will now hand over to the Wesgro team.
Thank you so much, Jacques. So just moving on to the next slide, please. Thanks, Jacques. So just in terms of who Wesgro is If anyone isn't aware, Wesgro is the official tourism, trade and investment promotion agency for Cape Town and the Western Cape. We're the first point of contact for foreign investors. We work to grow the exports of products and services, and we market the Western Cape as a competitive business and travel destination. And you can see on the right-hand side how the organization is made up. You can move to the next one, please, Jacques. So just a little bit on what we'll be touching on here today. We're talking about season performance and recovery, and really this is the result of many efforts. In terms of the Western Cape performance, we'll be looking at, as mentioned before, the recovery to growth story on the international side, recovery being underway on the domestic side. Then in terms of destination innovation, we'll be looking at how we remain competitive through technology. And lastly, on connectivity, both air and cruise. On the air side, we've exceeded historic levels, and really we're seeing a bumper cruise season that has taken place. It is no longer underway. It is in fact concluded, and Monica on my left-hand side will touch on that a little bit more. So I'd like to hand over to Monica Ewell, who looks after our tourism team at Wesgro, to take us through the numbers. Thanks, Mon.
Thanks, Jean, and good morning again to those online that joined a little later. Yeah, so as HOD and Jacques and Jean have already said, we had a really fantastic performance, both for the calendar year 2022, as well as then over the season, which concluded pretty much after Easter. In terms of the trends that we saw for the calendar year 2022, so Western Cape as a province came out on top in terms of overseas arrivals, as well as the total foreign direct spend of 14.4 billion for the calendar year, total bed nights, as well as total formal bed nights. In all of those markers, in comparison to the other provinces, as well as in comparison to national performance, the Western Cape really outshone all of us, and hopefully the rest of the provinces and the national average will hopefully follow once they've released the Q1 of this year's results. Thank you. Next slide. Slow. Okay, there we go. So this is now as at February 2023, our air arrival markets. The UK remains our top source market to Cape Town, followed by Germany, the US, Netherlands, and France. Thank you. 7 out of the 10 source markets to Cape Town, overseas source markets to Cape Town, originate from Europe, which means that this is our largest and remains our largest territory. And 8 out of our top 10 markets have fully recovered between January and February. Most notably there, the USA is sitting at 163% of pre-pandemic levels. And perhaps just for context, for those that are seeing these slides for the first time, the way that we are benchmarking our recovery percentages, that we compare the same period of 2019 to this period, mainly because that was the last period where we, of course, had no disruptions pre-pandemic. So this is a really good story for us. 8 out of our 10 markets are fully recovered, and those that aren't fully recovered yet are sitting in the sort of upper 70 to upper 80 percentile. So we anticipate that in the next couple of months, we'll see a full recovery from all of our key overseas markets. Thanks, Jacques. This shows you a footprint of where Wesgro has been from a tourism perspective over the last year. We engaged over 2,400 trade and media across the globe. Importantly, perhaps to note that this includes the Convention Bureau activities as well as the activities of the leisure tourism team. And because our activities on the African continent were quite numerous, we had just elected to show you just the continent of Africa. But of course, the rest of Africa, as well as South Africa, is a very key focus for us, and we've spent quite a significant amount of time on the continent, in Botswana, in Kenya, most recently in Rwanda, and of course in South Africa as well, in various sites, Johannesburg, Durban, and so forth. So this just gives you a flavor of where the team has been, really making sure that we deepen the effort that Jean will speak about later around our campaign work, and making sure that we come in behind that and engage the tourism industry and the travel trade in those markets where we have been doing activities to make sure that we really deepen the effort of the campaign work. Thank you. This is just a snapshot literally of all the things that we've only been doing this year, this calendar year. And you can see it's quite numerous, everything from a B2C, so consumer show in Holland, wine tourism show in Portugal, a road show with tourism industry through South Europe. And then interestingly, for the first time since the pandemic, the largest international travel trade show, the ITB in Berlin, is now finally back. And so we were there on the South African pavilion. And then, of course, WTM Africa, which takes place in Cape Town annually, was also, we had a Western Cape pavilion there. Thank you. The domestic market is, of course, a very important focus area for us. We benefited from having a captured audience, if you so will, over the pandemic, and we have, we believe, built an additional domestic consumer that really now appreciates the beauty of what they have right here at home, and we wanted to make sure that we retain that traveller even after they have choices of being able to go elsewhere. And so we've really worked quite creatively with partnerships across with partners that have got a domestic audience of their own. As an example, the Inside Guide partnership has been a really rich one for us. Cape Nature did a partnership with us over the domestic Easter season now, which was really successful. We celebrated, I don't know if you know, if the members know this, but the wine industry in South Africa is the only one that can mark its birthday, because there is a diary entry of Jan van Riebeeck on the 2nd of February, I won't quote, I don't know exactly, 1687, I think, which says, "Praise be to God, today is the first day that we drank wine made from South African grapes." So we partner with anyone that wants to celebrate the birthday of South African wine on the 2nd of February every year. And of course, that's a very strong domestic market audience message for us as well. Thank you. As mentioned earlier, the continent is a really important market for us, and we are really deepening the efforts there. Very important partner here for us, the South African Tourism. They've been working on the continent for an extended period of time, and we really rely on their connections and their activities and support them wherever possible. We hosted 80 agents from Central and Eastern Africa in the Western Cape for a full day experience. We partnered with them on a webinar, and we are also part, obviously, of KICA through the Convention Bureau, and attended a Africa chapter meeting at Meetings Africa just this quarter. Okay. We all know that tourism benefits small businesses and communities right across the province. And the work that Westgrow does in that space is really important. We want to make sure that all communities benefit from the activities that Westgrow does, and that the tourism spend that we generate benefits communities and small businesses across the province. And so we do a number of interventions. This is just a snapshot of some of the work that we do. Sustainability, of course, is beyond carbon. We want to make sure that communities across the Western Cape create a sustainable revenue stream out of tourism. We hosted 21 cruise tourism agents in Langa, encouraging them to showcase some community tourism activities in their itineraries. We support events across the Western Cape that really are in the smaller towns and communities and tell the story of that place. For example, the poetry event in Kayamandi, the Cape Karoo Cook-Off, and of course the Cape Town Carnival. Thank you. Back to you, Jean.
Thanks so much, Monica. So just changing gears here to innovation. Jacques, if you can just go back one slide very quickly for me. So innovation for us really is about finding smart new ways in a changing world. And I think that this is becoming so much more important 2023 and beyond, is really how we ask ourselves, how do we remain competitive and on the consideration list in times that we face right now with AI and new technologies permeating everything that we do. So we have dedicated a lot of energy to being first movers as a destination. There's real power in being a first mover. Innovation also creates further innovation and natural talkability. So Westgrow has really led the way in a number of spaces on the innovation tourism side. And if you move over to the next slide, I will talk quickly about how we're doing that. So just to start with our international tourism campaign, which is called the Never Ending Tourist. It has won a number of global awards, including being a winner of gold on the SIFT circuit in Japan recently. And in the last 2 weeks, we found out that we also took home a silver in New York at the New York Film Festival, which is very exciting for us because it puts our destination on the map and shows that we can compete on the global stage. The US being a particularly important market for us, a market that has recovered remarkably well. We obviously have direct flights, New York, Washington, Atlanta, and this is really where we put our spend so that there was ease of access. It's consistently in our top 3 tourism source markets. It's a bucket list destination for this market. And as at end March, our US air arrivals are at 151% recovery compared to 2019. And that is a remarkable story to tell. And we like to think that we've had a good part to play in those numbers. So the Never-Ending Tourist, why is 3.3 million views on YouTube important? It is the most successful campaign in Westro's history, but it is also important because it owns the search for future audiences looking for the destination. Once you have 3.3 million views on YouTube, that remains on what is essentially a video-based search engine for future audiences wanting to come. And so we are future-proofing with the content that we're putting into the digital space to attract the market in the future. Can move over to the next slide, please, Jacques. So some of you may have heard of Climb Table Mountain, the Metaverse initiative that we conducted last year. This was an effort in a response to research conducted by Expedia showing the proven influence of youth on travel-making decisions. It's a new audience for us. Never before had we targeted a youth audience to influence their parents to take them on a trip. And really the results have been impressive. 9 million impressions, 500,000 views of the game, 3 global awards. Most interestingly, there is the 8 minutes game time spent. If you consider that the average traditional media ad is less than a minute of your attention, you can see what the possibilities are when you have an average of 8 minutes. The game has been favorited 1,000 times, although Climb Table Mountain was built for the domestic audience so that we could improve on the game before we sent it into an international, highly game-savvy, digitally native audience. We have in fact found that we have attracted global players from the US, UK, Germany, Brazil, Mexico, and Japan without putting spend into those markets. So that in fact is an important point to make just on the organic traction of this particular campaign. There's been a lot of talkability around it. We were the first destination marketing organization to build a tourism asset in the metaverse via the popular gaming platform Roblox. We built out the fauna and flora of Table Mountain through consulting a local well-known botanist in the city of Cape Town, Alex Lansdowne, to ensure that we built with integrity and really reflected the natural wonder that Table Mountain is. So off the back of this project, we embarked on our final version of the Metaverse Roblox initiative, which is called Starlight Adventures in the Cape Karoo. And I touched on this in the previous standing committee, and I'm very proud to say that we have in fact built the Karoo in the gaming space, in particular the town of Prince Albert. If you move to the next slide, Jacques, I can talk to what we are planning to do here. So the committee's getting a little bit of a sneak peek as we're only launching this into the market in the next 2 weeks. But Starlight Adventures in the Cape Karoo is a wonderful storytelling vehicle around the astro-tourism culture and heritage, ghost stories, and just the rich stories that this region has to offer. You have 4 museum curators. These characters are based on real-life individuals in Prince Albert. We worked with the region as well as local tour guides to ensure that they were part of the journey of digitizing this incredible area in the Western Cape. We have partnered with local heritage brand Wimpy. We really want to capture the road trip market. We've seen the importance of the domestic traveller, and now we want to encourage them to drive into the beautiful regions of the Western Cape over the winter period. Wimpy has a large distribution network. It's much loved and well known in South Africa, and so it feels like the right partnership for us to capture and entice the youth audience in South Africa to encourage their parents to take them to the Cape Karoo. and all that it has on offer. So please do look out for that in the next 2 weeks. You can move to the next slide. So over onto connectivity. Thanks, Jacques. Next one. So just looking at air connectivity, and we've heard this from the colleagues that spoke before, Cape Town International passengers at full recovery. What a wonderful story to be telling here today. These are two-way passengers through the Cape Town International Terminal. You can see the operating characters on the bottom left-hand side. And this is also due in part to the hard work.
Sorry, let's just quickly resolve the technical issue and then we'll allow you to go. They're muted. You can continue. Thank you.
Thanks so much. So the carriers operating on the bottom left-hand side, and this is also due in part to the hard work of the Cape Town Air Access team. Those who don't know Cape Town Air Access, it's a public-private ecosystem initiative powered by Westgrow that works with its partners to land direct flights to Cape Town. And this is really a very positive picture for us to be seeing on the international side. Thanks, Jacques. So over onto domestic, you can see that we are at 75% recovery in March 2023. The reason for the loss is perhaps the local 3 carriers that have impacted domestic recovery. We remain confident that as the carriers start to increase their capacity and new capacity comes online, this should balance itself out again. There's a number of initiatives also promoting domestic travel. It is a large focus for us at Westgrow, and so we hope to see these numbers grow to full recovery this year. I'll now hand over quickly to Monica to give us a quick Cruise Cape Town update. Thank you.
Thanks, Jean. So Cruise Cape Town, similar to Cape Town Air Access, is a public-private partnership powered by Westgrow to drive growth of the cruise tourism industry into the Cape Town cruise terminal, but of course beyond. The cruise industry is a relatively new one for our destination, and the beautiful cruise terminal that we have, Jacques has already described the challenges that we had in this year, but ultimately, we do have a carrying capacity there of 300,000 arriving passengers per annum. And so that is really the target that we've set ourselves, is to create that, to really achieve that number for ourselves. We've had a fantastic year, a bumper season, as we said earlier. We had 75 ship visits over the season. Perhaps also important to note that the cruise season for the Cape, or the coast of Africa actually, is October to May, which is when the big international cruise lines that ordinarily would do the Mediterranean and those sort of European summer destinations find alternative routes and alternative destinations to sail. And so that's when we benefit from all of those cruise lines coming down to the Cape. From an economic impact perspective, the most attractive cruise lines that we like to encourage to come and visit are both the world cruises as well as the international coastal cruises. We also call them turnaround calls. These are calls where a ship comes into the harbour, the whole passenger load disembarks and a fresh load of passengers embarks. The reason why that's attractive to us is because traditionally those tourists, both the ones departing as well as the ones arriving, will spend some time in destination. They will certainly spend a couple of nights in the Western Cape, potentially even going into the rest of the country to do safari. And so those are the ones that we really like to attract. We like all cruise ships, but we like those the most because they give us the best economic impact. And so we had 75 ship visits, as I mentioned, and of those, over half, so 41 of those were turnaround calls in Cape Town during the season. Mossel Bay received 14 cruise ships this season, which is also a massive increase, and we'll talk about that in the next slide a little bit. So we had 135,000 passengers and 40,000 crew arriving. So as you can see, if our target is 300,000, then we're only not even halfway yet. So we've still got a way to go. As Jacques also mentioned, this is the first season where we welcomed 3 ships into the port simultaneously, and this happened on 5 separate occasions over the season. Approximately 8,000 arriving passengers on the same day per visit. which was a substantial effort. And we were at the terminal to see it all happen. In particular, on the weekend that we had Formula E, we also had the 3 cruise ships in the harbour. It was a really fantastic sight to see. And some of the footage that the global audience saw of the E-Prix also had footage of those 3 cruise lines in the port, which was really fantastic. And we have to say the Cape Town Cruise Terminal did an incredible job. Really 8,000 passengers in and out with luggage, with passport control, all of those things. It was a really incredible thing. For the upcoming season, we have 56 ship visits. Of those, 33 turnaround calls coming up, 21 world cruises, and 33 international coastal cruises. So as mentioned, those really strong and important cruise ships with the big economic impact are the ones that are really sustaining for us, which is fantastic. We're also attracting 7 new ships to the Western Cape for the upcoming season, which is interesting for us. From an industry trends perspective, just something that it's a watching brief for us, if you like, which is that the international cruise industry is building ever larger ships. The average passenger capacity of the ships that are being built currently is 2,500 passengers. To give you an indication, the big MSC Sinfonia that you will have seen in harbour this season takes 3.5. So if you consider that the average size of a cruise ship is now 2,500, it does mean that these things are getting bigger and bigger, and we have to potentially have a strategy around that. The International Cruise Lines Association is pushing for the industry to become carbon net zero by 2050, which will also have an impact on us in terms of the infrastructure and logistics that we need to be able to provide along the entire coastline to ensure that we can actually cater for sustainable fuel access, shoreside power, all of those sorts of elements. The other massive opportunity, and I think the low-hanging fruit for us, is the fact that there's a big global trend for expedition ships, which are the smaller ships that are able to even stop in places like Hermanus or Langebaan. And this is your returning cruise tourist who's seen the world. He wants to now go deeper. And again, creates a massive opportunity for us because it gives us the ability to really give access to the cruise industry, to the small businesses and communities across the province. Also important for us is that we have to build attraction value. Thanks, Jacques. We have to build attraction value not only for Cape Town. No cruise line is only going to come to the Horn of Africa for a South African visit. We have to partner with other provinces, but also other countries that are along the coastline to really build that attraction value and make it easy and attractive for all of these cruise lines to come. This is just a snapshot of the 23-24 cruise season and the world cruises, the international coastal cruises and the domestic coastal cruise lines that you will have seen coming in and out of our harbour. Thank you. And then finally here, the Port of Mossel Bay. The top left-hand image is an image of the first time that a cruise ship has actually come into the port of Mossel Bay. Ordinarily, what would happen is that they would put an anchor out to sea, and they would, by a tender boat, so the 2 images on the right-hand side, by a tender boat be brought into the port. And so this is really interesting for us to see that we are now able to, through the support of the Port of Mossel Bay, get those cruise lines into the port, which is such a beautiful sight for everybody. We had 2 ships in port on the same day once this season in Mossel Bay as well. And we had 22 ship visits expected and 14 were successful. Unfortunately, Mossel Bay is quite a weather sensitive stop, and so sometimes, unfortunately, the lines are unable to stop, but we are hopeful that we are going to create additional interventions and try and improve the removal of those constraints going into the future. And of course, some of you will know that Mossel Bay received port of entry status on the 1st of November 2022, which again will create a massive opportunity because we'll then be able to provide immigration and customs services at that port. And again, the work that Westgrow does through the Cape Town Cruise Initiative is that we want to ensure that the experiences that are offered to the cruise lines remain fresh. We give real community experiences on offer, and we want to make sure that the entire region benefits from all of these activities that we do through Cruise Cape Town. Thank you. I'm going to hand back to Jacques or to Ilse.
Thank you. I just want to add, so that concludes the presentation from both the department and Westgrow, and really, we've had a good season, and I think this is evidence of that. Not perfect, never will be. There's always things we can improve and work on, but we're really moving. I hope we can move beyond the point of the term recovery. We've had a long slog since COVID-19 hit us, and that the baseline will no longer be 2019, but moving back to 2022, and that we can start focusing on growth. And that's really where our energy is going in terms of new markets, establishing new air routes, tapping into that very big, rich experience that we've now garnered with the domestic tourism. And that's really the focus of the next few years, especially if we're looking at our growth for job strategy. With that 1 trillion rand economy, we need every single foreign direct investment and foreign investor from a tourism perspective into our economy. Thank you, Chair. Valilia, I don't know if you want to add.
Just briefly, Chair, if you would allow me, and I think this recovery that now sets us up for growth has not been without immediate impact. And I really like to appreciate all of the work that's been done in this space, in the tourism space. You would know that for last quarter 2022, South Africa created net jobs, 197 million, I think the number is, and 90% of those were created in the Western Cape, and tourism has a major part to play in that. And I think we really need to appreciate the sector because it's a lead indicator for us. Growth of tourists ultimately leads to growth of investors, and really we need to support this sector in the way that it is starting to show us the benefits if it grows, and if it grows at numbers that we're seeing now. So we're looking to grow this further within the context of our jobs for growth, and we require everyone, not only in the Western Cape, but the whole country, to pull together in supporting this significant sector. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, HOD, and thank you to the department and to Escrow as well. We'll now hand over to questions, or open up for questions to members in the House and online. Members, if you can limit your questions to 3 questions per turn, and then we'll take follow-up rounds. First hand I see is Member Maseko.
Thank you very much, Chair, and also from the Department and Escrow. Thanks for really your presentation, which it's really showing the progress that the Department and Escrow are doing. Just a quick one. I want to find out, and you talked about the Drakensberg partnership, that in your plans, what are the municipalities? Because I think the local tourism plays an important role and is the one that sustained us through the COVID. But what are what is your plans in vetting those municipalities as you do the research? You see there are tourists going to those municipalities like your Karoo. Is there any other ones besides the Karoo that you have identified, like your Road 60? Or on the Garden Road, that it's maybe a surprise to you that it's quite interesting to see the tourists going to those areas? And what is the niche of the tourists? What is it that they want to see in those areas when coming to those small towns? Because we do have the gems, and the partnership, maybe aligned to that question, the partnership with the municipalities, like now going to the Karoo, and it's out there in the media of the challenges. One of the things that can kill, even if you market that area, it will be the services that the municipality have to give to really make sure that the tourism shines. What is the relationship with those municipalities to make sure that there's no a negative ripple effect of what you are trying to do to grow economy within, or to market tourism within those small towns? And the last one, it will be, Chair, the ecosystem of tourists as they come, the Uber services, because I'm one of the people that have seen the negative side of the Uber during the night, that you got a driver that couldn't drive. So how do you engage with them to make sure that in preparation before it's tourism season, you make sure that the Uber also make sure that when they vet their drivers, I mean, there's no way that they can monitor all the time that what is it that is happening, but there need to be a diligent checking before every season that we get the right people, that because when people come and something happens in the Uber, it's Cape Town or South Africa, it's not the Uber per se. So how do we engage with them to make sure that they tick the boxes in a right way to give the assurance that whatever that happened, that is out there, doesn't happen again, to hold them accountable, to make sure that the safety of our tourists, of being local or international, is really kept in mind from the Uber Chair. I think that will be all from me.
Thank you very much. I recognise Member van der Westhuizen, and then I see Member Mvimbi online, and then Member Select.
Thank you, Chair. And for those of us that have been following what you are doing for the last few years, I want to say congratulations. It's wonderful, the port of entry status for Mossel Bay, which I think is a wonderful tourist town. The upskilling or the upgrading of the capacity for customs officials at the Cape Town harbour, I think it's really, really great. And thank you for all the hard work that you've put in. 3 questions regarding other work that you've been doing. The first one is in terms of the air access. I do know that we invested a lot of money, but also time in getting direct flights to South Africa, and then unfortunately COVID came. To what extent have our efforts borne fruit? Are they all back now, or are there still some of them that we've been working on that we hope that will join us? Second question, in terms of the cruise ships, it's wonderful news that you've been sharing with us, because for many years the message was that Durban is a preferred port because of the Cape Town weather. And it does seem to me, I don't know if you can influence the weather or whether you're able to ensure that, for example, our pilot ships or something like that is capable of handling these big cruise ships. But I do know they run on a very tight schedule. And to what extent has that been a problem, or to what extent have we been able to overcome this? And then lastly, when it comes to the training of tourism officers, etc., having been in skills training for many years myself, I'm always concerned about the pre-selection of people that are being trained. And quite often my experience has been that, a lot of people are desperate for training, and that we then take on people without really making sure that we get the right people that will benefit most from that investment in terms of training, etc. So to what extent can you satisfy us today that that habit, can I always say, or that entrenched thing where we just advertise and we almost hand out leaflets and see who then pitch for training, that we be a little bit more strategic in that regard. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Sorry, Member Mvimbi was online first, and then I'll take you, Member Seleko. Member Mvimbi.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good morning to you and to the members as well as to the department. I joined the meeting a little bit late because of some connectivity problem. As you have seen, I first started joining in on my phone, and I eventually was successful in using the laptop. So, and also during the presentation, I could not see some of the presentation, but I was using more listening than actually looking. I don't know whether maybe because now I'm using the laptop, I might be able to see, but I was listening attentively. Very, very comprehensive a presentation and very good. There are 2 or 3 questions from my side. Firstly, the one is around the issue of I could not get that much of the flights presentations and the report, but just picking up from members that have raised some of the issues regarding the flights. Just wanted to check whether, if I missed out, you can say that, Chairperson. I know the department has been working, and the provincial government very hard on getting the direct flight from the US up to Cape Town and vice versa. I just want to check whether how is that going, and then did we manage to be successful on that one? The second question will be around the issue of the cruise liners. It's very good that to see the progress that is being made in terms of the cruise liners that are visiting, and especially in Cape Town. And I think that's quite a great achievement for Mossel Bay. But I just want to check, I know whenever these cruise liners are coming, there's always been a huge environmental outcry regarding the effects that these cruise liners are having on the marine biology and the other activities and other life ecosystem that is taking place on the sea. As a result, this has been the argument that has been used to actually allow other smaller towns like Knysna and Plettenberg Bay, who love to have even smaller ports or even have an opportunity to be visited by cruise liners. That's the argument that has been used, that we cannot allow because of the environmental impact that these cruise liners are having. So I just want to check how is the department sensitive to that, and also maybe are there any plans maybe to actually try and encourage and assist these smaller towns like Plettenberg Bay and Mossel Bay to also start to actually having their own kind of small boat harbors? I know there are plans, there have been plans for years in some of these towns, but of course the argument of the environment and environmental ecosystem and microbiologies have been used. I just want to check how does the department balance that in terms of these big cruise liners that are coming. The last question is around the issue of the Prince Albert and the work that is being done that the department is doing in Prince Albert is quite commendable. And I hear that there is a relationship also together with Wimpy as well. I just want to know whether is it the Wimpy restaurant that we know, or is it just another name that we are being used? If it's the Wimpy restaurant, why specifically Wimpy? Were there no other entities that could have been identified so that some partnership could have been formed with them? And of course, coupled with that, I know I've heard there was also mention of tour guides. I want to check whether tour guides that are operating there, especially in the Prince Albert area, do we have any black tour guides that are operating in that area? Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, Member. I noted that's 4 questions. If we can please stick to 3 questions. I see Member Seleko.
Thank you, Chair. All of my questions has been taken. Now I have to look at new questions. That's a disadvantage. But nonetheless, Chair, thank you very much for the presentation. And let's deal with the issues of choose at the e-gates. It's a long-term solution, as you have said in your presentation, for Home Affairs to give you warm bodies. If you rely on Home Affairs to give you warm bodies, you're going to wait very long. So what are you currently doing, or what steps are you engaging on to mitigate, the long queues? Because knowing that there has been a moratorium placed on vacancies in Home Affairs while I was still in the NCOP. I don't know whether that was just need to know that. And also, it's great to hear that the sector is recovering. Then I get worried again when I hear that should the permit exemption from the Zimbabweans not be extended, then it might exacerbate the skills shortage within the sector. It's worrisome for me. What is the sector doing to make sure that does not happen? And then if it should happen that it's not extended, what is it that have you put in place to make sure that we don't regress as the sector? And also, lastly, in terms of local government, is there a particular structure that you are having as West Group that you are engaging with the different municipalities to make sure that you are able to market different destinations within our municipalities, so that we make sure that no one is left behind? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I would also like to ask a few questions before I hand over. My first question is, I was interested to note that there will be tourism safety trends analysis conducted. And I wanted to understand whether the department is also doing any broader surveys on tourism trends, maybe within Cape Town International or within our cruise, to get a better understanding of the tourists who are coming, and possibly also to pre-identify new and emerging markets. It's a trend that's done by many other tourist destinations, and I wasn't sure if we do it. Then in terms of visas, I'm interested to know whether visa backlogs may have contributed towards a smaller tourism season or a less significant tourism season, and whether they might be expected to stunt future seasons. And then finally, I wanted to get an understanding of what work is done with the red tape reduction unit to address visa backlogs. I understand that they have dealt with visa-related issues in the past, and so I'd be interested to get a bit of information there. Perhaps I can just hand over to HOD, and then HOD, you can delegate the questions accordingly.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. I'll allow the department to first go and deal with all the questions that are relating to the work that we do as the department, and then straight hand over to Westgrove, and then I will follow up at the end to sweep behind the team, Chair. If you could start with you, Elsa.
Thank you, Valerie. Thank you, Chair. Burma Maseko, just to respond first of all in terms of the Drakensberg, it's a very, very, very good question in terms of the relationship with the municipalities. So we conducted research about 2-3 years ago where we really looked at each district and local municipality in terms of what is their key selling factor. Because you've got the concentration of, in terms of Table Mountain and the Big Six, what they always talk about, which sits in the metro. But the extended stay of visitors into the regions is quite critical. We need to develop more what we call flagship, or what was our term that we used in terms of iconicity in each district, where we highlight what's their different offering. So if you think about Drakensberg, what was highlighted there in terms of a core purpose is sport tourism. The number of visitors that goes into Paarl, etc., with regards to sport, with the schools, wine, weddings, etc. They've got a particular purpose of visit or that sense of their attraction value. And the work that we're doing with them is in terms of how do we support you to highlight that and build an iconicity. It's not about having another Table Mountain. It's about highlighting the natural sort of attraction value that each district has. Similarly to the work that Westgrove is doing in terms of Prince Albert, one of the insights that we got in terms of our research there was astrotourism with regards to you've got this open skies, the Karoo Lamb, the road trip, which is quite critical for us if you look at the trend currently in terms of domestic tourism being constrained because there's just not enough flights. And the Western Cape is far, if you look at in terms of the cost that it costs per person. So road trips are becoming more and more important, hence the partnership. I'm sure Jean will touch on that. So there's definitely work that we've done. We've done a lot of hard work with each district, RTO, because that's the way in terms of their function, and the municipalities in terms of investing into new products and supporting existing products, which talks to their sort of their core purpose or their unique selling factor. They want to be everything to everybody, but you need to be able to highlight that so that people can extend their stay, that there's not an oversupply of, there's so much, let's say, for example, sport or culture, etc., that you highlight the unique offering so that visitors can extend their stay across the regions. That's quite critical. So we can share with you the detail that we've done on a district analysis across the 6 districts in the Western Cape. Then in relation to the ecosystem, what is quite, and Jacques will touch on with Uber, maybe that's a point that we would need to explore with them, similar to the training that we do with other factors, because that value chain of services, whether it's banking, whether it's, and we usually work with like FDASA, the associations, to highlight what's needed in terms of the softer skills, the welcoming, etc. Because I had exactly the same experience as you had this past weekend, which was interesting with Uber. And they provide a critical service to the industry in terms of just access and transport. So we will take that up, but I don't know if Jacques wants to add on that.
Yes, thank you, Ilse. Just to add, member, that there are two types of training programs that we are rolling out this year. The one is to target frontline staff. And I think you've given us a good suggestion that we should actually include the type of Uber or Bolt drivers in that program. And then the other training is around tourism safety training, which is really, again, working with frontline staff to train them on how to actually respond to incidents as they happen. So that's definitely something that we've got planned for this year.
And then, Monica, if you can deal with the air access, I'm just going to read. I've allocated them.
Okay. Yeah, so there's a couple of questions actually that intersect. If I can do the air and the cruise at the same time, then I can maybe go across all of those questions that were asked. So, Member van der Westhuizen, to your question around air access, in terms of the route network, we are actually sitting at 120% of seat capacity of what we were pre-pandemic. So we've actually improved on where we were and gotten better. There are still some unserved markets for South Africa, but most importantly for Cape Town and the Western Cape. The ones that the team are working on at the moment that we want to get back is Brazil. So Brazil pre-pandemic only flew to Joburg, so we've never had direct airlift from Brazil to Cape Town, but of course that whole continent is unserved for Southern Africa at the moment. And so that's a key focus for us. And the other pressure that we're feeling is out of West Africa. We would love to have connectivity from West Africa directly into Cape Town. We believe that both from a business as well as from a tourism perspective, that's a really attractive route for us. And then I know that the team is also looking at Australia and potentially even getting some direct airlift back out of India. So those are sort of the focus areas for us. But to answer your question, we are actually over and above where we were pre-pandemic. What we'd love now is for all of those airlines to start flying year-round, because at the moment a lot of that airlift is seasonal, and we want to have more airlines like Air Belgium now has committed to flying year-round. Virgin Atlantic have started making noises they'd like to fly year-round, so that would be lovely for us if we could get some consistent airflow coming in there. From a cruise perspective, there's a number of questions that were asked. Member van der Westhuizen and Member Mvimbi online both asked questions around that. So the cruise constraints that we have, I guess at a high level, I'm going to say that the cruise season intersects with our highest months of citrus exports. So there's always a bit of jockeying for space at the terminal, because obviously the Cape Town Cruise Terminal shares berths with the cargo terminal. The good thing about, as you saw in our numbers, the good thing about the cruise industry is that we already know which ships are coming on which day over the upcoming season. So they oftentimes are able to get allocated right up front. And again, the harbour is then able to make sure that we prioritise those where possible. We do have TNPA as well as SAMSA part of Cruise Cape Town, part of the initiative. So they meet with us quarterly for our steercom. And so we do manage those constraints as they come up quite proactively, and the relationship is a really healthy one. And because the TNPA is also part of Cruise Cape Town's initiative, we know that they are as vested in the success of the cruise industry as we are. So that's a really important thing to note there. From Member Mvimbi, from the environmental impact perspective, I do have to say that the cruise industry takes its responsibility to the environment very seriously, and there are a number of protocols and interventions in place that they, in practice, make sure that their impact on the environment is really, really light. And we have had an engagement actually in Hermanus around this, where there were a couple of concerned citizens and members of the public that engaged Silver Sea in particular around the environmental impact, and all of those fears were allayed. So the information is there and it is in existence. It's highly technical in nature, but if anybody is interested in how serious the cruise industry takes its impact on the environment, we're very happy to share all of that information with the members. And then maybe just lastly, the question, whilst I have the mic, Member Seleko, around how Westgro interacts with the municipalities. I think Ilse has already touched on it, but we actively work with our regional tourism office network as well as the local tourism office networks. We meet quarterly. We provide a pavilion for them at Africa's Travel in Durban, in Durban, World Travel Market in Cape Town, as well as Meetings Africa from a business events perspective in Sandton. And we also collaborate with them when it comes to the events that we partner with. So we want to make sure that the regional tourism offices and the local tourism offices identify those events that are important to their place and make sure that their communities and their small businesses benefit from these events that we then partner with them on. So we very actively work with all of the regional tourism offices and local tourism offices to ensure that we have one cohesive effort and that all voices are heard. Thank you. I don't know, Jean, if you want to just quickly touch on the Prince Albert question.
Yes, absolutely. Thanks so much for the questions. So the member question on Prince Albert and the work we're doing in the Karoo. The image that you saw on the slide previously really does cover the diversity that we have considered when representing the Karoo in the digital space. As said before, all tour guides are based on real people, real tour guides in Prince Albert. So that's quite exciting. We've also worked with a Karoo-based anthropologist in terms of bringing to life the history, including the sand culture in the Karoo. So I think an important point to make is that if you don't bring the region along and you don't bring the people along, it's not quite as impactful as it can be. So that's really important part of the process for us and really does ensure that once we deliver tourists to your town, that you know they're coming and you know what they're expecting and you know how they got there. So that's an important part of the process for us. We've also worked with Barbara Koopman from the Central Karoo District Municipality, as well as Sue Milton-Dean and various other sort of fairly famous people within Prince Albert to bring this magical story to life. So just to touch again quickly on Wimpy, you did hear correctly, it is Wimpy, the Wimpy you know, the fast food chain. And really that is about scale and that is about the shortest route to the largest market that we can attract, that we're trying to target here. So Wimpy is an entrenched brand. It's a familiar brand with South Africans. It's an entrenched road trip brand. It also has an incredibly large distribution network in terms of the type of geography we're looking at. So it made perfect sense for us on a small budget to get to our audience as fast as possible at scale. So that is the reason that we chose Wimpy as a partner for this. Also, it feels proudly South African. And so we know it will resonate with the young hearts and minds of the domestic audience that we're trying to capture to entice into the Karoo region this winter. Thank you.
Thank you. Joe?
Thank you. Then, Chairperson, if I may just touch on some of the questions pertaining to skills development and training. So Member van der Westhuizen asked the question around what kind of pre-selection criteria do we use when we identify beneficiaries of training programs. We tend to work with local municipalities and local tourism offices. They have got good relationships with communities and they know who are keen and interested in pursuing careers, for example, in tourism. However, specifically when it comes to tourist guide training, we identify those areas where we find a lot of reports of illegal guiding, and then we engage with guides who are guiding but not legally so. So our priority is to work with those individuals and communities to make sure that they do become legal. And in that sense, we're also supporting people who are already working within the industry. So generally, that's what we do in terms of tourist guiding. In terms of other training, we work with associations like FIDASA, and through their members, we would then recruit participants. Then in terms of the question around are there black guides in Prince Albert, Member Mvimbi, I'm not sure, but what we can do is we can certainly do an analysis of our database. We do have the location of guides, and we can do an analysis of where the bulk of registered tourist guides, where the tourist guides are actually based by town. So I'm happy to provide that information to the chair. And then there was also the follow-up question regarding the Zimbabwe exit exemption permit. I think that's why we've started the skills forum. It's really to understand what the skills needs are of the industry. And already it's about matching young learners who are completing their studies with the work of the employees. So I think we, over the past 6 months, we've already seen hundreds of young learners being placed. So that model seems to be working really well. So it's a matchmaking role that we see ourselves play between the TVET colleges as well as the employers. And then also working on a skills plan for the industry. As I indicated, we recently conducted a skills audit amongst the industry to understand what the actual skills gaps are. And we work very closely with organizations like CAT-CETA to ensure that we address the critical skills needs areas. And then lastly, just on the chairperson, you asked around how do we keep abreast of trends, and also do we conduct surveys, for example, at the airport or at the cruise terminal. Firstly, we do have access to South African Tourism's exit survey data, so we get the raw data, and from that we are actually able to do quite a lot of analysis of what the perceptions are of visitors when they leave the Cape. Secondly, we do industry surveys ourselves, so we do send out regular surveys to the industry to get perceptions of what they see as key trends. And sometimes it's about understanding niche opportunities. So recently we conducted a survey on educational tourism to understand what the issues are in that space, understand how big that space is. But we also do like more general surveys, as I mentioned, the safety one, and that's really to understand from the industry what are the key trends that they see. And then as part of the draft tourism blueprint, the 10-year master plan project that we've been working on, quite detailed trend analysis was done, and there's an entire chapter dedicated to trends and forces at a global and local scale.
Thank you. And just the final last two questions. The one was with regards to the e-gates from Member Seleko. So luckily, Mr. McLean is here. He will be doing the presentation from AXA. But we did make learners available with regards to support AXA in terms of staffing requirements where there were shortages. I think this was also part of our summer season readiness campaign, both from the department as well as National Department of Tourism, just to release some of the pressure in terms of the service side. But the ongoing challenges with regards to the staffing, and I do believe the moratorium on recruitment that is no longer in place. That was a COVID situation. I'm not so sure from national government side. There is fiscal pressures, as we all know, but it is something that we have to sort out because we can't have that long queues. It's an ongoing problem. So it's either an efficiency, a system a solution, or a people. So I'm sure Mark will touch on that, as well as our colleague from Home Affairs. And then in terms of the backlog question, Chairperson, so yes, definitely it's, I think, within reason in terms of visas that weren't approved. If there's valid reasons, of course, that due process should follow. But in terms of the demand, I don't think the recovery results have spoken in terms of the number of visitors that's visited South Africa and the Western Cape. But I mean the losses in terms of every visitor that hasn't stayed over, spent money, that the evidence is also there in terms of that the barrier in terms of the visa program or the visa reform has an impact on demand for the destination. We can't skirt around that. That is definitely there. And that's why it's been, you would have seen the barriers from a safety perspective, air access and visa. Those barriers have been there probably for the last 10 years, if not longer, that we've been working in this space, if not, and that's something why we're constantly working on it, whether it's through lobbying, air access, etc., etc. because we want to make it as easy as possible. We're a long-haul destination. We're competing with many other destinations, and especially when we're going into the growth period. Because when we were in 2020, we weren't doing the best. We've used that as our benchmark. There's still a lot of growth opportunity for the industry, and we have to make it as easy as possible for people to get here and stay here and spend their well-earned money in the country. Chairperson Valilia, I'm going to hand it back to you. I think we've touched on all the questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ilse and team. I think there's a question that we haven't touched on, and it related to the question from Honorable Mvimbi around the possibility of smaller cruise ship docking into smaller towns like Platt. Do you want to tackle that first, and then I can just do my concluding remarks?
Thank you.
Thanks for keeping me honest, HOD. So the Member Mvimbi, the question around Knysna and Platt, I don't want to go down a technical rabbit hole, but really the issue around Knysna and Platt is actually one of maritime safety. We've actually partnered and worked very closely with an expedition ship line called Silver Sea over the last year, and together with them created a new itinerary that will be coming to our shores in 2025, which will stop in Langebaan and Hermanus. And in the course of their analysis, they analyzed the entire coastline of the Western Cape and beyond, of course, but for the purposes of this session, the Western Cape. And the difficulty that you find actually, and it's the same in Platt, in Knysna, and then also further out in Eastern Cape in St. Francis. For those of you that have been, St. Francis has got a beautiful little harbour. The difficulty is actually the condition of the sea. And if the cruise line is not able to safely drop anchor, then it will not contemplate a stop in one of those ports. And that is the problem that you face in Platt, and that is the problem that you face in Knysna, is that the sea is of such a condition there that they don't believe that they'd be able to use their tender boat safely and or keep the ship in one place safely whilst they're embarking onto that stop. So that is the key reason why, certainly from a Silver Sea safety perspective, they have elected not to include those stops because they don't believe it's safe. Thanks.
Thank you very much. HOD, were there any further points from your side?
The one point I'd like to make, Chair, I think it's a question that was asked by Honourable van der Westhuizen. It related to the cruise, but talking to how weather impact is being mitigated, because that would have seemed to have been the challenge in the past. From our point of view and in engagement with TNPA, it looks like the installation of larger tugboats to some extent goes a long way in mitigating high and long waves. The second big mitigation is when the vessel is docked at the cruise terminal. What many people don't know is that the cruise terminal or the multi-purpose terminal is shielded from the wind much better than the container terminal is shielded from the wind. There's higher speed winds on the container terminal, which makes it very difficult to handle cargo. But where the cruise liners dock, actually have the benefit of Table Mountain shielding them from high speed winds. So that seems to have been both the good nature and also the installation of good equipment by TNPA is in larger tugboats, but also they have the option now of using a helicopter to drop the pilots into piloting ships into the harbour. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, HUD. Members, we have 6 minutes before our next presentation. So what I would like to suggest is if there are any burning questions or follow-ups or other questions that you might have, if you could kindly submit them to us and then we can submit it to the department so as not to keep the department too long and not to leave Mr. McLean waiting too long. That'll also afford us an opportunity to have a quick body break. In order? Thank you. Thank you very much to the department. Thank you very much, HOD. Really appreciate your time and this very positive story that we've heard today.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, members.
And just to add, you're very welcome to join us for lunch at 12. Thank you. quickly adjust the chamber and then we'll get started. All right. Welcome again, Mr. McLean. Lovely to have you here with the members who are with us in the House and also the members online. So today, of course, we are going to listen to you in terms of access, successes and challenges on the tourism season. I don't know if you would like to firstly introduce yourself and then perhaps just jump into the presentation.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning again to all the members and everyone online. My name is Mark McLean, and I'm the Regional General Manager for Cape Town International Airport, but also George, Uppington and Kimberley Airport. So I'm going to speak mostly about Cape Town International, but I'll also touch a little bit on George, because I heard that we had some conversation about George Airport. And as you say, Chair, if I can just share my presentation. I'm going to speak about what's been happening for the peak season from an airport perspective, and I think it's appropriate to speak after the previous speakers from Wesgro and DDAT who have given such a positive story about the past peak season. So if I might get straight into it, I also just want to acknowledge that the DG of Department of Transport, Mr. Chwala, who's also online, was also joining me today. So just to share, so we'll be speaking about the lowlights, highlights. I'm going to share some of the performance for the past period. We'll talk through some of the passenger ATM volumes, and in particular, we're also going to focus on, what we discussed when we were with you last November. If you recall, we actually came to the Standing Committee in November, and we spoke about our plans for the peak season. So I think it's appropriate just to speak about, one of those plans actually materialized, what did we implement, and how did we do in terms of execution on those plans. We'll speak about the biometric scanners, because I've heard that it's an important point, because we spoke about congestion and queuing at immigration. I'll briefly touch on our key expansion plans, because that was requested as well, and then conclude. So just to share that I'm particularly going to focus on the October to end of March period, which is the official dates of our peak season. But nowadays we're actually finding that a lot of airlines are starting to extend their schedules into April, and some as early as May. And it's largely because of all of the activities and events that are still happening in Cape Town. So we're seeing good growth in April. But when we speak peak season, that's normally the period we're looking at. So just to share some of our highlights, I think it's appropriate to speak about the socioeconomic impact. Now, this is for the 2021-2022 period. So, it's all the official data for that year. So you can just imagine, I think last year's data will be significantly higher than this. This is 1.2 billion GDP contribution that we made in that year. And created about 2,200 jobs. Just to give you a sense, in 2019, direct, indirect, and catalytic contribution from the airport was around 14 billion. So we hope that when the official stats are released for the last financial year, it will look significantly better. And I think the growth is very much in line with what has been shared by Wesgro as well. So just to share some highlights, so Wesgro shared that we experienced good growth, particularly in the international passenger side. So we recovered 100% in February 2023. That was a milestone, and we compare that recovery to the 2019 period when we were experiencing normal operations. We welcomed 2 new airlines and 6 new and expanded routes. And I think by far the biggest highlight of the year is when we get the Skytrax Awards, and we received 3 awards again this year for Best Airport in Africa. It's the 8th year running, Best Airport Staff in Africa, and then Cleanest Airport in Africa. So these awards, are in recognition, of course, of all the great work we're doing with the airlines and the communities and, of course, my team. But it is also important because it puts us on the world stage, and it allows the airport and, of course, the city and the province to have a good brand where people are able to say that when they fly here, we are internationally benchmarked, and they should receive a good experience and welcome at the airport. So it does serve us well from that perspective. High passenger satisfaction ratings and safe and secure operations. So in November last year, we were really worried about increasing crime. And the airport is, of course, surrounded by a lot of informal settlements. We experienced cargo robberies the year prior. So a lot of effort was made in terms of trying to prevent security incidents. And I'm pleased to say that we had some minor crime, but largely, the major incidents were avoided, and we had nothing significant to report over the last peak season. So I think that was good. Just lowlights. I thought I'd share 3 key incidents that occurred during the past peak season, which was noteworthy. I think the one everyone will be aware of was the fuel shortages in November and January 2023. Unfortunately, one United Airlines flight was cancelled. I think it should read in November. But in January, we were able to ride through all of the challenges, and airlines continue operating in spite of the fuel shortages. And I'll speak a little bit more about that later. A lot was said about Home Affairs, and I'll speak about that when we talk about the e-gates. We had a severe shortage of resources on the day of 25th of March. For a large period in the day, we only had one officer processing passengers at departures, and it had quite a significant disruption. We delayed about 8 international flights with an average of 44 minutes. But that was the only day where we had such a significant impact. The other days we had slightly longer queuing times, but nothing significant. And then recently on the 15th of April, I'm sure you read that we had an unfortunate incident where we lost our runway visual range indicator, which is the indicator that tells the pilot how far they can see down the runway. And when you lose that indicator, you have to downgrade the category of your instrument landing system. We had to downgrade it to category 1, which means that it allows for a visual range of 550 meters and above. Unfortunately, at the same time that morning, we experienced the most dense fog that we had experienced in a long time. And the visibility was reduced to under 300 meters, and domestic flights could not land at the airport. They were delayed for about 1.5 hours, and unfortunately, one international flight was diverted. So we are working on, increasing or improving redundancy to avoid that situation from repeating. But those were the 3 most significant incidents during the last peak season. In terms of our overall performance, so I think you'll see that we've achieved all our key performance indicators were on or better than target. So we measure on-time performance. That's whether flights depart on time, and during the peak season, 88% of the flights departed on time. We would have been higher. We normally target for or try and achieve over 90%. But unfortunately, we had a very low arrival rate on the international aircraft or passenger side because of the poor weather in Europe. So when there's bad weather in Europe, the flights arrive late. They also then depart late. So the arrival performance on the international airlines were reduced. Passenger volumes per day was good. Aircraft volumes per day was good as expected. And then a key indicator as well is the processing times. So just to explain that, so the international standard for international airports to process domestic passengers is 35 minutes from the time you enter the airport until the time you depart, and 55 minutes for the international side of the airport for international passengers. And we achieved a 28 minutes and 42 minute processing time on domestic and international respectively. So that's a key indicator. So that tells you that in spite of some of the challenges we have in some areas, overall, on average, we processed well within the international standard. Resource allocation is just, how well resources are allocated, runways, taxiways, your boarding gates, etc. And it's a key indicator because if that allocation percentage is low, it means that equipment is also not available for use. So that was good. Mishandled bags, I often get asked about that. So mishandled bags is a combination of bags pilfered, bags short shipped, bags damaged, etc. The international standard is about 4 bags in 1,000. We averaged around 1.4 bags in 1,000. So we're going well within the international standard in that regard. Passenger satisfaction, way above target. That's 4.1 out of 5. That's how passengers are rating us in terms of our service levels, our processes, etc. And then fuel consumption, just to give you a sense, we processed on average about 1.56 million liters of fuel over the past peak season. Passenger ATM performance, to give you a sense of this, so these are actual passenger volumes at the airport, and it's from April 2022 to March 2023, and it gives you a sense as to how we've seen steady growth, especially from October, November, when we started the peak season. The reason why March is so much higher, members at 136%, is because when we compare it to March 2020, you recall that we went into lockdown on the 27th of March. So we lost about 3 or 4 days at the end of March, and that's why the percentage looks a lot higher. The airport is currently, for the full financial year, you'll see domestic recovery was 75%, international 91%, and that's across the full year. And then average recovery at the airport is sitting at 79%. I think the previous speaker spoke about the fact that we would have seen a significantly better recovery on the domestic side if we did not lose Commie. They took a lot of capacity out of the market, and unfortunately, they created a situation where we were unable to recover as fast as we would have liked. But on some routes, we certainly see good demand still, and we believe that as airlines bring in additional capacity, the passenger numbers will increase. The next one is I just want to focus specifically on international. So you see the actual international passengers and how we've grown since April to March 2023. Again, average 91%, but I think noteworthy is the IATA Winter 22 season, which is from November to March. We saw 104% recovery on international passengers. So we can safely say that during this last peak season, we recovered in full on the international side as compared to 2019. The same with the air traffic movements. So in terms of aircraft movements, a overall 97% recovery. And again, you'll see the IATA Winter 22 season, 104% recovery on the international aircraft side. So again, good growth. And we obviously expect that to continue. George saw a average of 92% recovery, obviously domestic passengers. The George recovery would have been higher if it was not for the lower December recovery. You see December dropped to 65%. And traditionally, George Airport experiences quite a big spike in passenger volumes in and out of George during December. But I think the previous speakers spoke about the fact that people preferred road. I think it's a combination of high prices, ticket prices, but also reduced capacity in the market. I think it's important to share this. So the airline sustainability is obviously driven by not only passenger volumes, but also cargo. and the airport is experiencing good growth in cargo. So you'll see in terms of 2023 versus 2019, if I can focus on that. In February, we were 128%, in March, 138% growth in cargo. So a very good growth overall. And I think the trend you can see both for 23 and 22 is consistent. So I think our cargo growth is strong. And as we bring additional airlines into the market, both from the United States and also Belgium, they are starting to establish new trade links and routes between the city and their markets, and we can see that cargo growth is following that trend. Just a nice picture to show where we show how we've celebrated the return of all of these airlines. I think it's a good news story, and yeah, long may that continue. Someone asked about the airlines that we're hoping to bring back. So this picture shows you the airlines that are currently operating and those that used to operate in 2019 that are no longer operational. Some of them, of course, have gone into business rescue or liquidation. But important to note that on the international side, Cathay Pacific, Austrian, and Etihad, we're hoping that we'll see those international airlines return to the airport. At the moment, we are processing 22 international flights in total, so it's a good number. And I think the previous speakers also spoke about the fact that we're trying to secure other destinations, i.e. from Brazil and Australia. Those are the two continents that we don't currently connect to, and we're hoping that in future we can get connections from those two continents as well. I'm just going to run quickly through the heat map. It's just a refresh of what we said in November. Now, these are all the areas of the airport that has capacity constraints. And the previous speakers spoke, Chairperson, about the fact that we need to start investing in infrastructure. We need to start building at the airport, and this picture shows you why. And then key focus areas, again, just a reminder of where we wanted to focus. Over the last peak season, we presented this slide in November, and we said that these were all the areas of focus. We were going to focus on availability of resources, particularly DHA resourcing and jet fuel. We wanted to focus on safety and security, availability of infrastructure. We needed to mitigate congestion in key areas of the airport, and then obviously improve service, which gets us our awards and our passenger ratings. So if I can share a little bit more detail of what we achieved in that regard and what we've implemented. So during the past peak season, we commissioned a new fuel tank, jet storage tank. I think we mentioned that in November as well. So we can store an additional 3 million liters of fuel at the airport, which increases our daily average stock level from about 3.5 days to around 6 days of fuel. So we can store that at the airport. And that's important because it buffers us from shocks, both on the logistics side and the jet supply side. So that was completed. We had additional security deployment on land side, particularly around preventing the jumping of our fence. And unfortunately, there's quite a few people who try to jump our fence and come onto the air side. But with the deployment, we've got perimeter intrusion detection systems. We've got quite a lot of other security systems. And we've been able to detect those individuals and apprehend them when it does happen. Focus on crime, touting. We also spoke about that. I think the airport, it's still an ongoing focus, but I think it looks a lot better now. Focus on vehicle management. We spoke about preventing invasions on the perimeter fence. Improve parking management. I was also asked a question about congestion in Parkgate 2, and we've since moved e-hailing to Parkgate 1, and pickup remains in Parkgate 2 to remove congestion. Security deployment at Central Search we've done. Trolley management to prevent congestion was implemented. Check-in counter management was implemented. Unfortunately, the one that we did not achieve was the additional resources from the Department of Home Affairs. However, thank you to the department, there was an investment, financial investment, to ensure that there was additional time worked, during that time. So we did receive some relief, but we'd like to see additional heads. And then improved technical resource deployment to resolve infrastructure challenges. Just going to the next one. So improving the passenger experience. It was mentioned previously, and just from my side, thank you to DDAT and who supported us with this. We deployed 42 learners at the airport during the peak season, and they certainly helped us with passenger facilitation. They assisted us with the facilitation at the e-gates, and so it was a great help to us during this peak season. We focused on facilitation of passengers, as said, through the gates, just installation of terminal and festive decor. And again, thanks to the City of Cape Town, we went into partnership with them where I've never seen the airport look so festive during the December and January season. And so it was well appreciated by the passengers. And then we also opened a new generic lounge. So we had requests from the airlines and international passengers for a new lounge, and that was opened in December 2022. And then cleanliness is always a big factor for an international airport, so that remains an ongoing focus. This just gives you a slide or picture of all of the different improvement areas and focus areas. So you'll see immigration e-gates there. You'll see the new e-hailing area in Parkgate 1, the rebranding of taxi operators. I think I mentioned to the members in the last meeting that we've authorized quite a lot of taxi operators that were previously unauthorized. So we brought them into the airport, we've branded them, we've given them better visibility, we've given them space, they have a booth from which to operate, and that helps in terms of ensuring that the passengers can distinguish between an authorized and an unauthorized operator. It helps with safety, it helps with service, and all the rest. We are trialing a SARS online declaration system, and I'll allow SARS to speak about that later. I think that's on the agenda, Chair. Security fast track, the discovery point is working well. It's quite a hit with passengers, priority passengers, and then I mentioned the ambiance improvements as well. And this is just a visual of the new airline lounge. International airports like ourselves, a big driver for services, the quality of your lounges on your international side. So we spend a lot of time investing in this, and this is a new Bidvest lounge that was recently opened in December. So it more than doubles the capacity of the generic lounges at the international side. Biometric scanners, I just want to touch on this. So again, last year we spoke about the benefits that biometric scanners has. It increases processing rates, it reduces waiting times, improves passenger experience. The biggest challenge we had, however, is with the interface, the IT interface between our systems and the Home Affairs system. So the gates are sometimes slow in terms of its response, and sometimes we can't get the fingerprint read from passengers. I think the second limitation is that, as you know, we're only processing South African passport holders through the gates, which can only process on average about 10% of the passengers through the gate. So it has an impact, but it has at the moment a limited impact. So going forward, we've been engaging and partnering with the Department of Home Affairs on improving the IT system. These gates are planned to be rolled out to some of the other airports as well, if all goes well. And we need to implement a new system which is faster, which is more reliable. We need to interface as well with a new biometric movement control system that Home Affairs is rolling out. We wish to change to facial biometric, which is faster and doesn't rely on fingerprints, which smudges and your fingerprint readers need to be managed on a regular basis. So this is better and faster. And then I think the last piece of the puzzle is we hope to register the international travelers to also use the gates. Once we can move to that point, we will be able to process at least 60 to 70% of the passengers through the gates. And that will be a game changer for us. Can go to the next one. So just Jane, note on the capital program. So just you'll recall that in 2019, we'd completed the designs of quite a few capital projects at the airport. You'll recall we had a runway project, we had a new international terminal project, we had a new domestic terminal project, new apron projects. We were going to start construction in the first quarter to the second quarter of 2020, and unfortunately COVID hit and we put all of those projects on hold. What's currently happening is that with recovery in traffic, we have now submitted an expansion program for the next 5 years. It's the first 5 years of the permission, and then there's a second 5 years of the permission from year 6 to 10. We've submitted that application to our economic regulator. We've already gone through a process of consultation and engagements with industry to bring some of those projects back, and we are currently waiting for an official outcome and approval from our economic regulator. We expecting to receive that approval in September, October this year. So that's the current timeline. It is a little bit more complex, as you can imagine, because of all the changes that we've gone through since COVID. So consultations are taking slightly longer than they normally do, but we're hoping to receive that approval in September, October. And then just in conclusion, I think, Jim, I hope you'll agree that we had a good peak season with good international passenger growth and then good service, good performance overall. There's two things that remain of focus for us. I think the one is the fuel supply challenges. I think it's largely been mitigated by the fact that firstly, the refinery is now in full production. So they've restarted production of jet at the local refinery. We are still supplementing the jet supply with imports, so we have a combination of refinery and imports. And as I said, we have also increased our storage capacity. So with those three things, we hope that the risk of further shortages is significantly mitigated. And then the second important one is that we continue to focus on the resource challenges at the Department of Home Affairs, particularly on the immigration side. So to give you a sense, when we were in 2019, we processed passengers with about 100 staff, and currently there's about 66 plus minus staff. So I think, that's my understanding. So I'm sure Home Affairs will expand a bit on that. And I think, the e-gates were meant to be some mitigated, but the fact that we have not transitioned to the international travel yet on the e-gates while we have the resource shortages is unfortunately creating the current challenge. So that's the key process area where we need to focus, especially for the coming peak season. So it's my view that we will not be able to enter this peak season without a significant step up or change in the way we're currently doing things there. And then lastly, I've spoken about the expansion program, and I know, Chair, that you're waiting patiently for us to give you that information, and as soon as we get that approval, we will plan to come and share. So I've spoken about focus on immigration officers. I also need to mention that the land invasions, unfortunately, on the eastern side of the airport is continuing. It remains a big area of focus for us. We have permanent security staff not only deployed inside the perimeter of the airport, but we actually have security staff on the outer perimeter between the airport and Symphony Way as well to prevent land invasions. We have a plan to fence part of that area, And we are working with Public Works to try and get a plan going to resettle some of the invaders away from that land. Why it's important here is not only because of the risks it presents to the perimeter, but we need that land for the future development and expansion of the airport. So it's important to prevent that. I spoke about jet supply, and then we are already working hard to plan for the next big season, which starts in October, November. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. This is certainly a very detailed, oh, I'm shocking myself, a very detailed presentation, so thank you. I'll now open up to members to ask questions. Members, if I can ask that we keep it to 2 questions at a time and then see if we have time for further questions afterwards. Member van der Westhuizen.
Thank you very much for a wonderful presentation. Just then the 2 questions. The first one is on the risks having only one runway. Is it an unfounded fear of myself that there may be an incident on the runway where civil aviation will kind of close the runway and say, we first need to come and investigate, and therefore that numerous flights will have to be diverted and not be able to land? So it's the second runway, not only from a capacity, but perhaps also from a risk mitigation perspective. And then secondly, there are probably a number of views on the capacity of an airport. I come from an environment where we, with innovative thinking, have been able to increase capacity far beyond the design capacity. But perhaps, wouldn't you just share with us what has been the design capacity of both the Cape Town Airport and the George Airport? Do we still have capacity for growth? How much capacity do we have for growth by perhaps extending the operating hours, or smoothing operations, addressing bottlenecks and things like that? And particularly if I look at the parking garages, it seems to me as if there's still capacity, even after more than 10 years of them being constructed. Thank you, Chair.
Member Seleko.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. In terms of the fuel shortage, was it the first time that you have experienced such? And then when such happens, in terms of monetary value, how much do we lose in terms of that? And secondly, the fight for long queues, it's not only happening at the airport, it also happens at Home Affairs, where you have to do your birds and other services of Home Affairs. And this thing has been ongoing. And I'm a little bit worried now that it is going to be a problem going forward. And then if you're going to be relying on Home Affairs to actually try to come to a solution to that, it's not going to assist. So what one would want to know, what other measures are you looking at to make sure that these long queues are not going to, it's not causing inconveniencing passengers when they are actually in a hurry to go to their next destination. And also maybe if you can share with us whether the discussions between you and Home Affairs, is there positives, or is there any indication that you will be getting any warm bodies in the near future? And yeah, that was 2, né? Thank you.
Member Mvimbi or members online, do you have any questions you'd like to ask?
No, Chairperson, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, and then my question is, so we focused a lot today on the expansion of Cape Town, but I wanted to know as well if there would be an expansion of George in the pipeline and what the details would be around that. Have you also submitted something to the economic regulator for September? And then just to touch on the e-gates again. So I was recently in the airport in April, I think it was the 3rd of April, and unfortunately the e-gates weren't operational at that time. And then when I returned to South Africa, the e-gates again weren't operational. And leaving South Africa, there were complaints by foreign nationals saying, oh, well, what if you have a late flight? What are you going to do? You're going to miss it because of the delays. But when coming into South Africa, the lines were so much more longer, and you saw, for example, that the South African queue was far, far longer than the foreign national queue, which could have easily been mitigated by an operational e-gate. And so my question with that long prologue is, what engagement are you having with DHA to address that interfacing issue, and whether you are also engaging with countries that use this online system or this e-gate system to look at their solutions? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, James. So if I can just take the first one. So we've currently got 2 runways. We've got one main runway, 0119, and we've got a secondary runway, 1634. The main runway is 3.2 kilometers long. So it's long enough to land wide body aircraft, international aircraft, and the secondary runway is about 1.7 kilometers long. So unfortunately, it can only land domestic aircraft. The second difference is that our main runway has got instrument landing systems, so you can land in bad weather, where the secondary runway is a visual approach runway, only good weather. So the risk we have, so we do have 2 runways. Of course, when our main runway is out of service in bad weather, or an international flight is inbound, it's a problem. But what we have done is we have invested significantly in our capability, our aircraft recovery capability. So we do have quite a few aircraft, smaller aircraft that may have a burst tire, and it's mostly your small code AB aircraft. And we've become good at removing it off the runway in 30 minutes, 40 minutes to prevent especially international aircraft from being impacted. So that is so that's what we've been doing from that perspective. Just to go to the capacity. So currently, Cape Town International has an overall declared capacity of about 15 million passengers, and in 2019 we were doing about 11 million. So the majority of the airport has capacity. The problem is that there are certain pockets of the airport that are reaching capacity or at capacity. And the biggest challenge, and as you rightly said, Chair, is the international side. So areas like your immigration hall, your carousels on international, that's where the biggest concerns are. And that's also one of the main projects that were put forward. And then also domestic. Although, of course, with the slower recovery on domestic, it's delayed that. But when we were at 100% in 2019, also your domestic arrivals hall, your carousel areas, some of those domestic areas, and your domestic gates as well needed further expansion and growth. So it's not all, it's certain areas. I think aprons as well on the international side is what we're looking at. And then lastly, the runway. But the runway is driven mostly by air traffic movements and also the future expansion of the airport. So with the slower growth in air traffic movements, there's not an immediate need for the runway, but that's some of the conversations that we're having. George had an expansion project approved, yes, to expand the main terminal of George. So you'll see when you enter the main concourse is quite small, and the departure area of George is quite small, and George only has 2 security points as well. So all of those projects were meant to be started in 2020, and George Airport terminal expansion is part of the discussions that we're having with the regulator, definitely. Just to go to the fuel shortage. So yes, we have experienced fuel shortages in the past on many different occasions for different reasons. Sometimes it's logistics issues where there's a concern with trucking. Sometimes there's gantry issues, technical issues. It could be a variety of issues. However, our main focus is obviously to prevent disruption. So when fuel shortages are indicated, it's normally when we actually implement a plan to prevent us from running out of jet. And we implementing a plan early so that we prevent flights from being cancelled. So when we start seeing a trend where the fuel stocks are reducing, we immediately start flagging to the airlines, we immediately start triggering rationing. And our main goal is to make sure that we don't have any flight cancellations and disruptions. So there has been occasions, but I think we've been quite good at working with industry to prevent a total fuel outage or loss of fuel, which would be unthinkable. That would be an absolute disruption. So, but it has happened in the past. And as I said, but it is happening. Hopefully, except for last year, less regularly, if I can say that as well, with all the plans that we've put in place with the airlines. On the Department of Home Affairs, so I'm sure they will speak about the transition to the Border Management Agency. And with that transition, there is a understanding that there will be a pooling of resources across different entities. And we are engaging the new BMA now in terms of planning for the peak season. So we hopeful that with that change, we will see perhaps a new approach, a pooling of resources, and those engagements are currently taking place. We also, as AXA, both at the e-gates, with the work that we've been doing with DDAT, but even in 2019, we have employed our own learners and our own staff at the e-gates. And in fact, in 2019, we, in partnership with Home Affairs, actually invested in additional staff during the peak season to try and get the numbers improved. And that was quite successful, where 30 additional staff were deployed at Home Affairs through a learnership program to actually do the processing. So those are two of the initiatives that we are engaging the Border Management Agency on. We have not yet reached conclusion or finalization on that. It is an area of focus, and we hope that one of those plans will materialize for the coming peak season. And then I think just there was one which I'm just trying to recall. Oh, you spoke about the use of the e-gates. So there's, and I'm not sure if it would have been a period when it was congested that it wasn't used. Now, normally, as I said, AXA actually assists with that processing. So a lot of the staff that are at the gates doing the facilitation in partnership with Home Affairs, we do it with Home Affairs. If the gates were non-operational, it's normally because of a breakdown on that technical integration between ourselves and Home Affairs. So either there's a complete breakdown where we're not getting the clearance for the passports or the fingerprints from the Home Affairs database, or it is extremely slow. And when it's slow, it creates a lot of frustration in the customers. So you can imagine they go through the first gate, and it takes a minute for them to get a clear read on the fingerprint. And when that frustration kicks in, we'd rather not use it than use it. So it's either reliability or interface issues. Just to answer your last question, our IT team is currently working on an improved interface with Home Affairs. Unfortunately, it's going to take probably at least a year to get that improved. So it's not an immediate solution. And that's why for this peak season, we have to call for additional resources while we work on getting the reliability improved at the same time. Thank you.
Members, are there any follow-up questions or new questions? If we can try and cap them to two again. I recognize Member van der Westhuizen.
Thank you very much. I found the figures for George dropping in December a very interesting one, and I think you may be onto something that it has to do with ticket prices. The general notion is that flight tickets have escalated far beyond inflation over the last few years. Perhaps you may have some information on that which you would like to share. The only thing that you're probably responsible for, that's within your mandate, is the whole issue of landing fees. Perhaps if you could just give us an indication of how competitive the Airports Company of South Africa in general is with its landing fees when compared to international practices. And then lastly, the one thing that I've always been astonished by is the fact that any passenger can take any piece of luggage from a carousel and walk out of the airport building without anybody checking that it's his or her own luggage. Now, I do know this is an international practice, but surely that must be a point of concern, or one of the reasons why many passengers eventually experience that their luggage has not arrived because somebody else may have taken that from the carousel. Are there any plans to perhaps improve the security to ensure that people only take the right luggage? I think quite often it's just a case of mistaken identity of luggage with them when they leave the airport building. Thank you.
Thank you. You're covered, Member Seleko. Great. Thank you. Any further questions online? I see none. All right, then just my follow-up. I just wanted to firstly confirm, so the ICT infrastructure for the e-gates is with AXA, and if so, what is the cause of the delay? What needs to be changed in terms of that infrastructure that will take 1 year? And then I was also interested in the Border Management Agency and how specifically that will help to alleviate some of the congestion at customs that you're experiencing. That's it. Thank you.
So maybe just start just with the luggage. So yeah, an interesting point members raising. So IATA actually identified a project called Backtrack that they're working on with the ACI and with the airports, where passengers can use RFID in your luggage, so you don't have to re-tag your luggage. You've got a unique tag and it's linked to you, and that luggage is traceable end to end. And that is something, for example, that we are looking at implementing. I think the second one is that there were 1 or 2 instances where we found passengers doing that, not deliberately, but the bags just look the same, and we've been able to trace the passenger and recover the bag and return the bag to the owner. But it's not, as you said, I don't think it's been a drive because it's not common that people are doing it deliberately. So it's not a concern in the airport industry. But RFID for end-to-end bag track, where you can actually track your bag on your phone, and it will tell you exactly where it is, whether it's in this baggage system, whether it's at the airport, in the aircraft, and track it end-to-end. That's a system that will be introduced in the future. And then on the IT infrastructure side, so yes, we host part of the IT system. So there's a couple of checks that happen when you go through the gate. The first one is a checks that you've got a valid boarding pass, and largely we do that check on our system that the flight is valid for that day, it's active for that day. Then there's a check for a passport, where you scan your passport. That check we need to send to Home Affairs. It gets cleared on their system. Make sure that there's no red flag, that you're not triggered as a criminal or undesirable. It returns a clear signal to us, and it then opens the first gate. And on the second gate, you have to identify yourself through your fingerprints. And that fingerprint check gets sent from us back to Home Affairs. It gets checked through their database, and then a clear signal gets sent back to us. So there's an interface between ourselves and Home Affairs, and both systems have a certain level of optimization and speed, etc. So the IT team, and excuse me, I don't know all the details, but the IT team is working on ensuring that our system and the Home Affairs team is working on their systems to ensure that between us, that interface is fast, it's efficient, and that the clear signals are sent within seconds. So that's the key. And yes, when we implemented the gates, we did benchmark internationally, and a lot of the systems that we have at the airport are international benchmark. But I'm also aware that on the Home Affairs side, and maybe they can expand on that later, they're also looking at improving some of their systems. For example, there's a biometric movement control system that you might have read about that Home Affairs is looking at introducing as well, which will improve the speed and reliability of a lot of these systems. Yes, and I'm just checking if I've left out. Oh, sorry, the landing fees. So I must admit I haven't personally done benchmarks, but we do have IATA representatives that work with the industry when we do the economic regulatory application process, and they worldwide experts, and they assist the industry to make sure that we are optimized and efficient. Because as you can imagine, if our tariffs are too high, especially because we're international airport, the international airlines will pick up on it. So that process is in place to make sure that there's efficiency and that our tariffs are, let me call it best practice from an international perspective. What we have done a few years ago is that we actually reduced our tariffs by about 35% before COVID hit. And then over the last few years, it's actually been on zero, and it's increasing slightly, or it has increased slightly, I think, around inflation. But this permission process outcome over the next few months will determine what the tariffs will look like for the next 5 years. But I think the main point I want to make is that we do have IATA specialists working on that process with industry to make sure that we are adopting international best practice.
Right. With that, members, I would like to sincerely thank you, Mr. McLean, for joining us today, for letting us interrogate you. Nothing personal, of course, we're just doing our job, but we appreciate you taking the time to answer us in a detailed manner and just being with us today. It was really great to have you. Okay. You're welcome to grab a coffee and grab some food in the hall down there, and you can also join us for lunch a little bit later.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, members, we have 5 minutes until our next presentation, which will be from Home Affairs. So again, you have a 5-minute body break, but we'll see you at 11. Sorry, 10:30. Thank you.
Baie dankie. Ja, baie dankie. Ons probeer. Ja.
Well, we moved on to the next portion of today's standing committee. So we are joined by the acting DDG from Home Affairs for Immigration and Management Services. That's Mr. Simons. Welcome, Mr. Simons. If you could please introduce yourself, and then from there, if I could ask you to jump straight into your presentation. Over to you, Mr. Simons.
Apologies. Good morning, honorable members. Mr. Simons has been called into another meeting with the minister. I'm the acting chief director for permitting and also coming from the border control environment. I will do the presentation today. My name is Nishal J. Narayan.
Thank you. Duly noted. You may proceed with the presentation.
Okay, so I just need to flight it if I have control. I'm not too sure if it's visible.
Yes, I can confirm it's visible.
Okay, thank you. Today we give a presentation on what has transpired in the 2022-23 cycle, and I will take you through the various areas that we covered. Basically, to give you a brief about the success and challenges that we had experienced during the past 2022-23 tourism season. Also, to give you an indication of the current status of the e-visa system and where we are with that system, and the steps taken in line with the Operation Vulindlela report to implement the remote working visas. I'm not going to go through the mandate of the organization. However, I'd like to just cover that you'll find that we have included the Border Management Authority Act number 2 of 2020, as we would all know that as of 1 April 2023, the Border Management Authority has taken over all ports of entries. That would include maritime, air, and land. So, as indicated by the previous presenter, that engagements will be taking place with that specific department with regards to further resourcing within the border environment. However, Home Affairs will be also working very closely in collaboration with the BMA and AXA to ensure that staffing matters are resolved within those areas. Also, just to give an indication of the biometric control system, which is the BMCS implementation, and how it is there to enhance the security and the ability to uniquely identify each traveler. This is something that we've already started with the implementation. It's been implemented at the land ports, airports, and maritime ports. Cape Town International is one of the areas that was the second port to have received the implementation. However, we did not go to a full-scale implementation because the department is looking at the challenges that we may experience in the system and how we can resolve it as we pick those challenges. And it seems as though that lately we haven't picked up much, but we will start implementing and bringing that number of machines to a higher number. So I think we are running at around 50%, between 40 and 50% in most of the ports of entries. Then we would also look into the facilitation through the self-service immigration e-gates for passport holders at Cape Town International. And as indicated that I think your previous speaker also covered that there's interface issues that needs to be addressed, and our IS and the XRIS teams are working on it. However, I'd like to just cover that there's network interface challenges that would cause those delays in the processing of some of the passengers when it comes to biometric data. The department is looking at also upgrading our networks, but that is something that is within the pipeline, and we are at advanced discussions with regards to that. And then the other point that's also very key is the challenge of the smuggling of persons And one has picked up over the past few months as well that Bangladeshis and Pakistanis are being smuggled into the country through various ports of entries. However, the manager of Cape Town International has been reporting lately that there are challenges with regards to Bangladeshis landing at Cape Town International, and without them knowing, even the Bangladeshis, without them even knowing, there's attorneys on the outside claiming asylum for those individuals. And that is something that's a challenge for us, but we're looking at how we can address that. Obviously, these Bangladeshis, when you claim asylum, the asylum should be claimed in person. They are not claiming it in person, they are silent. And we find that some of the attorneys that are operating in that space would just submit a document stating that these Bangladeshis are looking for asylum in the country, which is kind of irregular because the Bangladeshis are not even aware that there are such cases being taken up on the outside, which means within the country. Movements in statistics, and I think all of us have picked up that movement statistics into the country has increased. After COVID, we are now starting to see a much significant number of tourists entering the country, or business and other travelers entering South Africa. This slide just gives an indication of data that we captured, over the past few months, since April last year, 2022, up until now. You'll find that the numbers have started increasing. If you look at the statistics, well, you'll find that in January of 2023, compared to maybe December, you'll find that there's the numbers there are quite high. With regards to foreign nationals that were entering the country during that period as well. And when we go to the next slide, this gives you an indication of the top performing ports for the entire cycle of 2022-23 financial year. And OR Tambo is leading that, and you would find that Cape Town is sitting fourth with the numbers. The total number of passengers, international movements, were 2,296,682. So there's been quite a significant increase in the past few years, ever since COVID. The following slide just gives us an indication of our top nationalities that are entering South Africa and departing the country. You would find that you've got your Zimbabweans, who are obviously, we'll rate them as number one, but South Africans will always be a higher number, but Zimbabweans are the highest in terms of foreign nationals, followed by Lesotho, Mozambique, Swaziland, Botswana, and you'll find United Kingdom, and the rest follow. DHA interventions with regards to how we are working with tourism. We are currently sharing the data with the EMCS statistics with tourism. So this assists with the analysis of how people are moving in and out and how does it impact on the markets within the country. And going forward with the new system, and I think the previous speaker also touched a bit on it, which is the biometrics movement control system. This gives you a much more wider range in terms of the type of data that you will retrieve from the system. I'll explain that a little later down this line. When we're looking at the parameters for identifying tourists, we should take care in terms of how we utilize this information, because we find that some people would arrive in the country claiming to be tourists, and later on they become illegal foreigners, and at times you find that they end up becoming asylum seekers. So they use means of coming into the country. One cannot determine what is the intention. Everything that they would submit, documentation that they would submit, will be clear. It would be within the laws, requirements of the country, but we end up in a situation that we find that some of them would overstay this, not leave the country, and become illegal foreigners, and some of them end up becoming asylum seekers. BMC's enhanced system, which I was talking about a little bit earlier, the biometric movement control, biometric movement control system, it has enhanced criteria within it. Now, within the system itself, it gives you an indication of a person coming in for holiday, leisure, recreation, whether they're coming in for personal shopping, business shopping. So the system has a bit more data, and it gives a much more clear indication of the purpose of persons visiting to the country. So that data will be shared and with tourism as we go forward. The implementation of the e-visa system, we have implemented the e-visa system, and this would contribute to tourism in the country because this system is electronic. People can sit at the leisure of their homes and apply for an e-visa. However, I will discuss that a little bit later about how far we are and what we've done thus far with regards to the e-visa. The current status of this e-visa system, so we initially had it at 14 countries, which we've rolled out, and at that time we piloted the systems as well. And from 14, we have now decided that we'll move that up, but I'll just give you an indication. To date, the tourists from the following countries have access, and those are the countries there, which is Kenya, Cameroon, Iran, Egypt, Philippines, and it goes down right up to Uganda. And we indicated that it will be through Tambo. However, now many of these people are landing at all our international airports in the country, and Cape Town is one of them. Up until March 2023, since its rollout, a total number of 12,377 visa applications have been processed on our system. The establishment of a hub. So we have also established a specialized hub, which has its own staffing, and that I'll explain. We've appointed 18 additional educators who have law backgrounds, and they are the ones that will be that are currently based at the e-visa hub, and that hub has started since 1st of April. We are now processing applications at this hub. This is what it looks like. If you look at the DHA website, you will be able to just go into the website and you'll find the e-visa platform. You click on there and you apply. This so the department is also a contributor to the tourism sector recovery plan of the Department of Tourism. In terms of this DHA is an enabler of the following, for the Department of Tourism. We partner with other relevant departments to ensure improved travel facilitation through implementation of the e-visas, tourist safety, airlift capacity, quicker turnaround times in the processing of operator licenses. So we have upscaled in those specific areas. Following a series of enhancements on the e-visa system, the department has we've rolled up additional 20 more countries, and that would be Albania, Algeria, Belarus, Bulgaria, Cuba, going down to the last one being Slovak Republic. So we have increased the number of countries, and that was implemented last week. I know you'll find at a later stage in the presentation, we say by end of June. However, we managed to move a bit faster, and those 20 countries are already incorporated into the current e-visa platform. The e-visa system is also in the process of being upscaled to include three very key areas. That would be business visas, study intercompany visas. This would allow for business people, study, which is students, and those companies that want to send their members through to work within in South Africa at their branches. It will be a much more easier process for them because they will be able to utilize the system. Currently, it was tested, and it's still being tested, and once the change request is put out, once the finalization of the test results are given to us, these three key areas will be incorporated into the e-visa system. This would make it much more easier and also attract more businesses, and definitely you're going to find a lot more travelers utilizing the system and that should contribute significantly to the number of people entering the country and departing the country as well. We also have the remote working visa, and a lot has been discussed with this. So we had a comprehensive report that was issued with regards to the Operation Vulindlela team, which was led by the Director General, former Director General of Home Affairs, Mr. Mabuso Nzimang, and this came through the presidency. So the report makes recommendations with regards to the possibility of the new visa categories that could enable the economic growth, such as a startup visa and a remote working visa. The Department of Home Affairs has also drafted an implementation plan for the introduction of the remote working visa as recommended by the Vulindlela report. The implementation plan is attached, so I will go through it just to give you some sight of what we've recommended. So the recommendation was to introduce the new visa categories to cater for remote workers and startups. Now, with regards to the remote and the startups, I'm not going to take you through the actions that are required and who's there, but I'll give you the timelines that we're expecting. The time frame is within the next 3 months. So these new visa categories will be included in the revised immigration regulations to be published by the end of June 2023, which is about around the corner. So, but it's subject to the state law advisor's approval and public consultation. So this is one of the recommendations, the remote and startup. We also have visa exemptions. Now, the visa exemption of visa requirements is actually provided in the Immigration Act. It's within the Act, and it's actually is a sole discretion of the Minister of Home Affairs. The exemption of visa requirements for diplomatic and official passport holders is dependent on how our diplomatic relations between the two countries are, and how they are initiated at the Department of the International Relations and Cooperation. Once the process is concluded, a formal visa waiver agreement is normally signed between the two countries. However, there's certain things that we need to look at when we are doing visa requirements for extraordinary passport holders. There's a certain principle that is involved. So it's about reciprocity, where if we are giving them 30 days, they should also give us 30 days to be in the countries. But it's very important that we must bear in mind the various factors that contributes to giving such an exemption. Number one would be, or one of the points would be, the number of visitors from their country to South Africa per annum over a 3-year period. So we look at the statistics to see how many people are coming into the country. If it's quite a substantial number of people, then we would look at considering a visa waiver. Then the second one that is key as well is the number of asylum seekers received from that country. So you would have a situation where people would come here with the visas and next minute just claim asylum. So we use that data to strengthen these agreements to see whether we do go for an exemption or not. And also, we also look at the fact that does it contribute to the increase in tourism if we do give a visa exemption? Because one can ask a question, does a person come to South Africa and where do they go? Are they coming to Western Cape to come and see the beauty of the Western Cape, or are they going to the KZN to see the landscape there? One would have to look at, are they really going to those destinations? And if so, is their contribution to the tourism sector? The number of nationals of that country deported from South Africa. So we got to look at the number of deported individuals, and we keep data with regards to that, because that will give an indication of whether that national is contributing, or are they just breaking the laws within the country? And the last point is, one of the points is a security threat analysis that's done by SSA. And this is something that would need to be done to see whether the specific country is a threat to us or not. And so, so far as the reciprocity is concerned, most European countries and the US do not reciprocate by exempting South African passport holders from visa requirements. And that is something that has been there for quite some time. And I think government has been trying very hard to get them to reciprocate on that. Just to give you an indication, the visa exempt countries, we have the 7 continents, and the numbers that are currently exempt. In Africa, we have 35. In Asia, we've got 20. Europe, 44. North America, we've got 19. South America, 11. Oceania and Australia, 3. And Antarctica, there's none there. And we know that we've rolled out to 14 countries. The further 22 countries, which we indicated would be by June 2023. However, we managed to get that onto our system. This would mean that all the countries that are not visa exempt will have to. Hello?
Apologies, Michelle. You can just give us a moment so that we can address that. Thank you.
Well, even the commission.
Am I good to go?
Yes, you're good to go. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. So those countries that are not visa exempt, they will have to apply for on the e-visa platform for a visitor's visa to enter. Again, because we are moving the e-visa system through quite fast, these applicants would not have to go into an embassy to do an application. Again, it's going to be in the convenience of their home. However, you may have an instance where a person may be required to report to an embassy based on a security issue, just so that they could be interviewed on that. But majority of them will be able to do it in the convenience of their homes. I'm just giving an indication here of the greens, which are they're not required to visit South Africa. The red, it's visa required, and negotiations have started to waive these visas with these countries that are marked in amber. Chairperson, I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Nishal. We appreciate you joining us on such short notice and for providing such a detailed presentation nonetheless. So with that, I'll now hand over to members and open up. Members, do you have any questions? I recognize Member van der Westhuizen, Member Mbimbi, and then Member Seleko. He's much quicker than you are, unfortunately. Over to you, Member van der Westhuizen.
No, thank you very much, and thank you for the presentation. Regarding the e-visa, the fact that you are rolling this out to more countries, does that mean that you believe that the e-visa system has been a success in terms of what you're trying to achieve by our immigration services and the regulations that we have in this regard? And then secondly, perhaps, I don't know if you followed the earlier conversation, but there seemed to have been a problem with Home Affairs staff at the Cape Town airport over the festive season. Are you aware of this? Are you able to address this? And how do you manage the fact that Home Affairs officials are public servants, but that they are often called upon to work, can I call it, outside of normal office hours? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member Mvimbi.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you very much to the presenter on a very comprehensive and very detailed presentation. Two, maybe you said we must ask 2 questions.
You can ask 3. Okay, I don't mind.
Yeah, 3. Yeah, I think maybe 2, maybe it might be 3. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Just on the issue of the Bangladeshis and the attorneys, there was the issue there that was raised regarding the issues of the Bangladeshi visas or passport, and there seems to be some collaboration together with attorneys that are. Is there maybe any specific investigation that has been done in order to try and stop that, because it borders on some form of illegality? The second question, Chairperson, will be on the issue of e-visas as electronic visas. Now, when it comes to visas, I think the presenter can actually correct me if I'm wrong. The whole issue of the issuing of visas, there is a rumor that it is actually being privatized by Home Affairs to a a company called VFS Global. So I was quite surprised then. If that's the case, I was quite surprised if there can be any mention of e-visas or visas in general for that matter without having mentioned of that company, because as soon as people know that you are either an MP or an MPL, they will always want to make inquiries even to you regarding the visas. But on finding, they will always be telling you that, no, we are doing visas via this company, this private company. And I believe that there's been a backlog of since 2019 regarding that. So if maybe the presenter is familiar or aware of the backlog that is being done by this private company, and maybe also if it's the truth in that there is a private company, what really necessitated privatizing a public service like the issuing of visas to a private company, and then what is the relationship then therefore of VFS and this new visa electronic system? Is it also being done by this private company? Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Very much. I recognize Member Seleko. Well, I do note that the honourable member asked 4, but I would prefer 3. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, and to the presenter, thank you for the presentation. In terms of the remote work implementation plan, can you just indicate whether you are on par, that you are going to meet your targets, or then if not, what would cause that you don't meet your targets in terms of what you need to implement in terms of your implementation plan? And then question number 2. The BMA has been implemented since the 1st of April 2023. In terms of capacity, since that the BMA has been implemented now for about a month, is it going to have an impact in terms of giving more support at the city, at the Cape Town airport? If not, why not? Because we are still they shared with us that there are problems in terms of long queues, and one of the reasons that is impacting on them having long queues is the fact that there is not enough warm bodies. Does the BMA implementation have a direct influence in terms of making sure that we deal with long queues at the Cape Town International Airport? And also your BMCS system, it was shared with us that by our chairperson that when she left, there was a problem in terms of the e-gate, and when she returned, she experienced the same. So and during the presentation, it was also shared with us, maybe we should look at moving away from the finger and looking at the facial identification. Is there any plans from the department to go to a proper system that is going to be more effective instead of sticking with a system that is giving us more problems and that is an inconvenience on the traveler? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Member. I would also like to put my questions forward. So just looking at the implementation plan, I see that there are 3 months allocated towards the legislative changes being made, subject to state law advisors and public participation. And I think personally that's a bit ambitious. I want to know, with regards to that, what steps have already been made in this legislative process, and tying into my colleague's question, whether this will be achieved in 3 months. I also want to ask a question in terms of infrastructure. In the previous presentation that we received, it was noted that the infrastructural delays, or the ICT infrastructure delays, will amount to 1 additional year for the e-gates. And I wanted to understand from Home Affairs side, what contributes towards these e-gates, or the infrastructure behind it taking so long to be changed? Is this a budgetary issue? Is it a skills issue? Is it a tender issue? And then finally, just noting that there was previously a moratorium, has this yet been lifted? Thank you very much. I'll hand over to you, Nishal.
Thank you. I'm just going to quickly look at the areas as from the beginning. The e-visa, I know the question was whether it's successful and is it successful. Currently, the system has been working. So we are able to say that the system is fully functional and it hasn't had any hiccups where the system has given us problems in terms of rolling out the necessary visas to the clients. So therefore, there was an upscaling that we wanted to do and we're busy with, and that is to add those additional 20 countries. And also to bring in the business and intra-company as well as the study. So the system is actually performing very well. So we would say it's successful at this stage. And should the implementation of the other visas have an impact, we also have a recovery plan of how to resolve that. The second question with regards to the staff shortages at Cape Town International, and again, the issue of them being public servants. Whenever we have the festive periods and we have the Easter periods, we normally deploy additional officials. And if we don't deploy, we give the officials at the airport an opportunity to work overtime. So that is done strictly within the parameters of the laws of GPSA, where it says and it indicates quite clearly that you cannot work for more than 34 hours per month overtime. So that we work according to. So we do not place officials in a situation where they are working over and above their normal times, and there's no abuse in terms of their working hours. So that is done within the prescripts of DPSA. Coming to the Bangladeshis and Pakistanis, we have noted this and we are looking at it carefully. The manager of Cape Town International has a way of dealing with this, but we're also looking at the type of attorneys and lawyers that are having such interest in these areas. That would be handed over to the necessary law authorities within the Western Cape to look at, to see if there's any form of syndication taking place between these nationals. So that would come in the future once we do our assessments of those lawyers and attorneys. I just want to come to the one where we speak about the e-visa and the VFS company. Now, it's very important that we note that the e-visa system that I am talking about is one that is developed in-house by Home Affairs, and it was done in collaboration with SARS, and VFS has no bearing on that system. Initially, there was one that was a test that was run, but that has been something that we are not, it was just to see how stable that system could be. And the balance is that we are definitely going to stay with our e-visa that was developed in-house. It's a very robust system. It is able to deal and handle with the data quite well, and we are going to stick with that. So Home Affairs has full control of that system. So it's not a VFS system. I know there was a part that was raised with the backlog since 2019. I'm not too sure about that backlog of 2019 that we're talking about on the e-visas, but if it's anything related to backlogs of visas. So when an applicant applies to through VFS for a visa, VFS only collects an application. The application is then uploaded to Home Affairs, and Home Affairs takes the application forward. So with regards to backlogs, the backlog sits with the Department of Home Affairs. So VFS does not have that with them. But that is something that the department is dealing with. But just to reiterate on that point, the e-visa is an in-house Home Affairs system, which has been tried and tested by ourselves. Coming to the remote work visa, and I think the last questions that were raised, we've indicated that the state law advisors will need to make inputs. So this process has already commenced. It has been submitted. And whether the 3 months is a bit ambitious, one can say that we are still on target for now. And I don't think it's an ambitious projection of in June, but if people are going to work in as quickly and efficiently, I think the department, together with the Vulindlela team, will be able to achieve on that. BMA, yes, there's long queues are always something that is reported, and I do follow it because I work very closely with the manager of Cape Town International. And now that BMA is in full gear, they will have to, well, they have a operational plan of how to manage the peak periods, especially during festive and the Easter periods. However, Home Affairs will still continue to provide support. If officials need to be deployed to assist the BMA, we would provide that support to deploy additional staff, as we would do to other land ports as well. So BMA has that plan. They know that they can rely on Home Affairs to assist them with regards to additional staffing. But it will also be good for us to engage them, and I think the committee should also look at engaging them as well, to look at, how they can also assist with your other challenges that is experienced. But definitely Home Affairs will be working very closely with the BMA to ensure that we address these long queues. Then seventh one, or there was two in the seventh one, the BMCS system is not related to the e-gate system. It's, when I say not related, they are obviously interfaced and integrated, but the e-gate system is fairly different from how the BMCS system is being run. So the BMCS does the imaging of the individual facial fingerprints and stuff. And when you're passing the e-gates, there's no official that deals with you. So the e-gates is totally separate. And I think during the time that you would have passed the e-gates, one would have needed to ask, I think the previous speaker indicated that there were some challenges with probably a network, but when we do report on these things, we need to understand what was the cause, what was the failure that the e-gates was not using. Is it human related, or was it the system related? Was it network related? And I think when such systems are down, we need to document it so that we can follow through and see, the reasons for the system being down and the cause of it. So the BMCS it might be different, but it's interfaced to the e-gates, but it doesn't have a bearing on the e-gate system when it's not working. The facial identification, that is a talk that we are also busy with. I'm not going to discuss it here because EXA's IT team, together with the Home Affairs IT team and the various other stakeholders who are involved, would have better sight of this, and I'm sure they are in discussion, because within Home Affairs we are also discussing this, to say facial recognition should also become something more, something that we should be implementing. And again, when we look at it, facial recognition and biodata, there's two things, but the most important thing when you're dealing with those two is the speed of your network, because capturing a facial, doing facial recognition and capturing a biodata on terms of your finger, you are pushing it through a same pipe. When I say a pipe, same network line. And if it's going to be at that speed, you're going to have challenges. So I believe that the two IT teams between Home Affairs plus the other stakeholders are looking at that. So facial identification is on the cards. Infrastructure delays amount to number of delays and tender issues. I just wanted to quickly go back with that. I'm not too certain about this infrastructure delays. When we say infrastructure delays, I'm trying to figure out what the question was about. And then the issue of the moratorium, just if you can just give me a quick brief, then I can answer that.
Thank you. So infrastructure related to ICT infrastructure, and particularly on the delays from ICT that stops e-gates from working efficiently. Then in terms of moratorium, it was the moratorium on appointing additional Home Affairs staff. Thank you.
All right. So with regards to the IT infrastructure, from my understanding, so there is no delays with regards to the BMCS systems. That is readily available from the department side. The e-gates side of things, that's something that goes through two entities, that would be Home Affairs and with EXA. So that's in collaboration. I would need to get a bit more information on that to give you an answer. But can I probably send you something via email just to give you an indication of where that is?
Yes, I would appreciate that. And from that point, perhaps we can also connect you with AXA so that you can touch base on those issues together and feedback.
Okay. I will also ask the IT team to be part of that discussion as well. In terms of the moratorium on appointments, now that BMA has now taken over since 1st of April, it's a decision that would come from BMA to look at the appointment of additional staff. However, what I'll also do is I'll engage the BMA team to find out, what is their plans, future plans with regards to appointments at Cape Town International.
Thank you very much. Does that conclude your responses to these questions?
I think for now, yes.
Thank you. Members, are there any further questions or follow-up questions? I see none. I do. Yes, sorry, Member Mvimbi.
Yeah, my apologies, Chairperson. I'm very slow in terms of pressing this button, so I sometimes just prefer to just indicate that I would like to talk then verbally. Just a follow-up on the issue of VFS versus the e-visas. Now, obviously, the introduction of the e-visas is a very commendable initiative, and it seems to be making some good progress. And obviously, when I was talking about backlog, I was not talking about backlogs on e-visas because, as the presenter has indicated, that it's something that is very new. There obviously won't be backlogs there. But the question that I just want to ask Chairperson is a kind of a follow-up. You might find that people who've made application, there's this new system now that has been introduced of EVS. Can now people that have applied via VFS because of the delays in the approval of their application, can they also now start using the e-visa system? I tell you why I'm asking that, because like the presenter has indicated that the VFS staff, they just take the application and give it to Home Affairs. But when the people inquire about the progress of their visas, so from VF, the VF will say, no, the problem is with Home Affairs, there's nothing we can do. And you go with Home Affairs, the Home Affairs will send you back to VFS. There has been that's sometimes the problem of privatizing a public service, So I just wanted to check then those people who might have applied via VFS, can they start, maybe, is that not going to be kind of a contradiction or some kind of in the system if they start also joining in by applying via this new e-visa system? Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. I recognize Member Seleko.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, in terms of the capacity for the e-visa hub, I acknowledge the 18 that has been recently appointed, but one would want to know whether, since the 18 has been appointed, what has been the impact in terms of the turnaround time? Why I'm asking that, because I got an inquiry about a specific visa by a person, and it's been 3 months now that we've been waiting for a response from the Department of Home Affairs. So there is not an issue. It's not a lie. The turnaround time, it's very, very slow. And one would want to know the specifics in terms of when was the 18 additional adjudicators appointed, and since their appointment, has there been any progress in terms of the turnaround time? And lastly, Chair, I heard what the presenter has been saying, that in most instances, when there are system problems, it might be network. So I just want to ask a direct question. Would the presenter say that they don't have any issues when it comes to their ITC systems at Home Affairs, or whenever there is a hiccup, it's not their systems doing, but it's got something to do with the network. Is that what it's telling us? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I recognize Member van der Westhuizen.
Just a quick one. It seems to me then that the e-visa system is an online application, which is then, I almost want to say, still manually evaluated and then responded to. Is that the case? Are there any delays then in the issuing of e-visas? And if so, what are the general delays? And hopefully with the additional staff, those delays will now be shortened if there are any.
Thank you. I'll also put two questions forward. So just noting that Home Affairs is on track for June in terms of those legislative amendments, when will people actually be able to physically apply for remote working visas, and how can they physically go about doing this? And then my second question, just related to Member Seleko and Member van der Westhuizen's question, is what are the current backlogs in terms of tourism spousal and work visas, and how does this compare against the timeline that they are supposed to be provided? I'll now hand back to Michelle, but I do note that Mr. Simons has also joined us online.
Okay, thank you. I'm just going to quickly go to the e-visa backlogs. I think I now understood the question. The e-visa, yes, definitely it wasn't in 2019, but the backlogs that you speak about, and I think there's two areas regarding the current backlogs, the last one and the backlogs that we have. So we did present that we have a specialized team where we've implemented operations management within the permitting environment, as well as we have a team that has been established to push out most of our backlogs. That was presented at the portfolio committee. That project will clear out a majority of our backlogs within the system. The turnaround time that the one speaker, I think, has indicated that there is a client who has an application that is standing for 3 months. Now, I'm not too sure if he's got that application. I would like to look at it, but yes, the turnaround time of 3 months is a concern. However, the 18 adjudicators have started since 1st of April 2023. And as time goes on, we will upscale that to a higher number as we move along. And one must also remember that when we do move to that electronic platform, the other adjudicators that are within the system will also move into that environment, because it wouldn't be those physical applications that would be coming through on our current systems. And I also want to touch the part where it's indicated that the system that we are using is manual. It's not a manual system. It's electronically adjudicated on the system. So an official sits in front of a computer. There's no paperwork. There's nothing that comes through. He just goes through the application, has a look at it, checks all the documents that have been uploaded, and then once that is done, then that is then moved through the process. So, and then the other question about when would they be able to apply once June has come, that the department, as we move along until we get closer to that time, we will release a statement to say that these applications are now open to the public. So that would be done accordingly as we move through. I'm not too sure if I answered all your questions.
There was the question on ICT.
Just if I can just be reminded on that one.
Thank you, Chair. I'll try to be as slow as possible. In terms of the ITC, you kept on saying that if there are any leakages or problems, it has to do with network. Okay. Hence, I just wanted to confirm whether, in terms of your ITC systems, there is no problems from the side of Home Affairs when it comes to your ICT. Is that what you are telling us, that in terms of how you're understanding your ICT is on full steam, is on speed, is like a bullet train, and the only problem when there's a hiccup, it's caused by network? Is that what you are saying?
I see Mr. Simon's hand, but I'll just touch on because I answered that part on the earlier. So when we're looking at the ICT systems that are working together with AXA, our systems, any IT system is not something that one can say we are 100% full steam ahead and it's stable. However, when we see a challenge that was experienced with the e-gates, that is where I indicated that one would have to look at what was the cause of that. What prevented the data from being transferred? It could have been a network issue. It could be a server-related issue. And remember, with the e-gate, you've got two servers that are running. You're going to run it through a DHA and an AXA server. That could also have an impact. But most ICT systems, you would find that you would have challenges with the system. But then you go back to the history of Cape Town International. It's a pity that Mr. Mark is not here. There hasn't been an instance where in an entire year where the DHA systems would have just gone down and shut down an entire airport. You would have had an instance last year where the power supply to an international airport was cut in 3 areas. And that did impact where it was a physical completion of documentation. But it's quite clear that the stability of the network at the airports have been very stable over the period of time. So, but do you have those instances where it could just shut down based on power systems and issues? But to be straight, the system is not 100%. You can't say that your system is full steam ahead. No IT system can tell you that. Coming from an IT background, you're not going to be 100% at all times. But when you look at the system that was impacted at Cape Town International, it could have been a variety of challenges that could have affected it. It could have been from both angles, the network of AXA and the network of DHA, the server of DHA, the server of AXA, or it just could have been a power surge within that environment that could have caused the system to go down. So if that answers you.
Thank you. I see Mr. Simon's hand.
Thank you very much, Chair. And let me start, Honourable Chair and members, by apologizing that I was in the meeting ready to present, and then I was called out. So then I asked the Chief Director to present on my behalf. So I'm sorry about that. Chair, if I can just add to what Michelle has indicated, and I've heard the question about the backlog also. Yeah, the e-visa system is really for visitors. For example, you asked about visitors, Chair. There was previously 3 ways you get a visitor's visa, short-term visit. You either go to a mission and you apply. You come from a country that's visa exempted, so you can just step on a plane and arrive here and get an entry visa for 30 days or up to 90 days. Or you can apply on the e-visa platform since 2021. Now we have upscaled the e-visa to 34 countries. So there's only 2 options for you left. You don't need to go to a mission now if you want to come for a short-term visit. You can either go on the e-visa platform, and it's all electronic, Chair. Even the, I just had 3 applications, a query of 3 applications. I gave it to the adjudicators, and they finalized it. After 3 minutes, the outcome is emailed to the applicant. The applicant then prints out the approval, takes that to the airport, and that's how it. That's the ideal world. That's how it should work, Chair. Electronic system. You get that direct information. You don't need to go and collect it at some other place. It's sent directly to your email. So that's the e-visa system, and that's why we're putting a lot of resources. I'm sure Michelle presented on refurbishing the e-visa hub, bringing in new computers, training 18 adjudicators dedicated to the e-visa applications. So we moved from about 4 or 5 officials that's previously been sitting on the e-visa system adjudicating to 18, Chair, and we know that will make an impact. The upscale to business visa, I think that's a big one as well coming, so that business people don't need to go to a mission, they can apply. I've also seen that the issue that you've asked yourself about when would the remote working visa be available, when can people apply? We should look at that also, adding that to the e-visa platform, so that when it does become available and persons will apply from abroad, that we will probably upscale it to include that, but that requires a further development of the system. And then just coming to the IT issues, ICT, like Nishal is saying, Chair, we have challenges in Home Affairs with the system itself, particularly the systems not being integrated. I don't want to talk about networks and our reliance on CETA, just talking about our Home Affairs capability. And the Minister, and we've been very vocal of identifying and acknowledging the problems we have within Home Affairs with the systems. The e-visa system in itself, only recently, the last 3 or 4 months, we upgraded that. We had to do 38 enhancements to that system, Chair, to get it to where it's now. So certainly we still have our challenges, both at the airport, both in the visa system applications, also when you come to applications in front offices where you apply for IDs, etc. We are not unique by saying that we don't have any challenges. We have a DDG dealing with these IT challenges. It's a very topical issue because Home Affairs is information-based. We provide information to both South Africans and foreigners, and we provide enabling documents, Chair. So I just wanted to add that to what Nishal has indicated. The backlog we have, Chair, is not in the tourism environment. It's more your relative and spouse categories. There's about 54,000 of those applications. It's relative. 30,000 of those are spouses of PR holders or South Africans that we received last year. It's fairly new applications. Last year, when we opened after COVID, we had 97,000 applications in 1 year, which was for us an avalanche. We've never seen so many applications coming in 1 year, and that has put us under pressure. But as indicated, it's mostly in relatives and spouse category. Finally, I can just say we do not have, Jay, you mentioned work visas. We do not have any backlogs in work visas, business visas, or critical skills visas. Thank you very much, Jay.
Thank you very much. Members, are there any follow-up questions? I'll just check online. Okay, I see no follow-up questions, but I do, Mr. Simons, just want to ask you one last question. So am I correct in understanding that the backlog for relative and spousal visas is 40,000? I'm not sure if I got that number correct. And also, so you noted that there was an increase in spousal visa applications. How much was that increase compared to previous years? And what measures are you taking to get on top of the issue of spousal visas? I know this is an issue that affects many who have foreign partners, including myself, who are waiting for those visas to be granted for several months on end. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So we receive about half of the 97 annually. Of course, during the COVID period, it was much less because we were closed for applications and we issued concessions, Chair, you would know. We recently issued a concession as well that indicates that if you've applied for your visa, you remain legal in the country. You can continue with the conditions of that visa. You are also allowed to travel on the receipt that acknowledges proof of your application. So we've issued that because we understand we don't want to overburden those because we are sitting with a backlog. The backlog is 54,500, Chair. It's just a number that we updated this morning. And we received 97,000 applications last year. So we finished finalized about 43,000 of those applications during the course of the year. Nishal have also indicated that we brought a team of adjudicators, 62 of them on board. They are working overtime. They are dedicated to dealing with the backlog, Chair. They are not from the permitting environment. We've trained them. They will be deployed from 1 July. Later this year, they will be deployed to foreign missions. So we are using them in our head office. They are from provinces, so it's cost us a bit of a penny to keep them here and help us adjudicate. But that's how important the backlog is to us, Chair. So the team are working, they have set targets, they work every day, we monitor their performance to deal with this. You'd know, Chair, that every day we still get applications, about 300 a day, 300 to 500 applications a day that we need to deal with, together with this backlog that we have, Chair. So that's what we are currently working on. When we also have a backlog in permanent residency, and both of them we indicated by by June next year for permanent residency, we would finalize the backlog, and for temporary residency, it would be probably 6 months sooner than that. We're looking at the end of this calendar year to finalize those applications. But as I indicated, like you are saying, you have a partner who's on a visa, is waiting for his outcome, Chair. You can send us the reference number. We can assist with that, but also he is covered and quite protected with a concession that the Minister has issued about 3 weeks ago. Thank you, Chair.
I appreciate that's very generous. Thank you. Members, are there any further questions? I see none. Mr. Simons, thank you very much. We do note your apology, and we understand that you do have a lot of demands on you at the moment. Thank you for the work that you are doing to help us in our tourism recovery and our growth, and getting Home Affairs to the standard that we need it to be as a province. I know that by and large, the Western Cape's Home Affairs Service is far better than many other provinces, so I think that's a testament to you and the work of your team. I also want to say thank you to Nishal, who jumped on and fielded the questions and provided the presentation under such short notice. Members, we have lunch at 12 o'clock, so you can head to the members gallery or members lounge, and until then, we will adjourn. Thank you.
Chairperson, sorry, just apologies. Can myself and Nishal be excused from the meeting, please?
Yes, you're excused. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, members.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members.
Members, lunch is ready earlier, so you're welcome to head through so long.
Chairperson, I take it the meeting is adjourned.
Yes, sir. We are going to have lunch, and then we'll be back at 1:45 for the briefing by transport.
Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you. Welcome, everyone. We'll just let you get seated quickly. Okay, we're very happy to have SARS with us today. Welcome. And before we get started and jump into the thick of things, Commissioner, if you'd like to introduce yourself and your team, and then you can jump straight into your presentation. So there's one member online, Member Mvimbi. Sure. Perfect. Yes, you're welcome to introduce yourself again. So my name is Kayla Murray and I'm the chair. I'll hand over.
Goedemiddag, Andrikus van der Westhuizen, a member of the committee.
Good afternoon, I'm Matilda Seko, alternate member to the committee.
Apologies, we didn't catch who that was. Member Maseko. Yes, I believe that was Member Maseko. All right, and do we have Member Mvimbi online? All right, I see Member Mvimbi, but he hasn't unmuted, so I will hand over to SARS.
So good afternoon, and it's certainly a pleasure, and I think for me a first, that we are coming to a provincial chamber and share our experiences, but we are very pleased to be both to share with you what is in response to the points and the questions you've raised with us, but also because we believe that the respective legislators and parliament is part of the important accountability structures to which we within which we have to do our work. So I'm Edward Kieswetter, the current Commissioner of SARS, and I will allow each of my colleagues to introduce themselves and also the role that they play.
Good afternoon, everyone. Frans Tomasek. I head up legislative policy at SARS. Thanks.
Good afternoon. Baez Teron, I'm the Director for Customs Border Operations.
Janae Padiachi, Chief of Staff, SARS.
Good afternoon, Willie Viljoen, Regional Manager for Western Cape.
Good afternoon all. Cindy August, Parliamentary Liaison for the Office of the Commissioner. Thanks.
Executives so Willie Viljoen is the Regional Director for the Western Cape, and Ms. Abiba Lokday heads up nationally our Criminal Investigation Department, but she's also located in the Western Cape, and we think two important people to whom you can ask difficult questions. So thank you, Chair.
So we'll hand over straight away for you to do the presentation when you're ready.
I just want to make sure that if I will mute my device so that only the presentation is available, but to confirm that all those online can hear through the audio system.
Yes, they can.
So as I said, it's always a pleasure for us to come to Parliament, and this is a first for us because it is the Provincial Parliament of the Western Cape, but it's certainly a delight to be here. What I thought, Madam Chair, is you asked us two specific questions, which I believe is best responded to by giving you some context of the bigger transformation of SARS so that it can be located within that, and thus provide an opportunity for you to understand what we're trying to achieve. Because we are very, very clear about the strategic intent and the direction, therefore, that we travel, and everything we do is part of a coherent set of activities that serves in a very disciplined way the same intent. But before I do that, I thought we could share with you, since this is the first time that we have the privilege to be here, to just share with you a little bit about the story of SARS and the higher purpose that we serve. And there's nothing in law that prescribes that an organization such as us should have a higher purpose. But it is, in fact, the higher purpose that is our DNA. It is the higher purpose that defines why we do what we do. Because everything we do is about people. There is nothing that doesn't touch the lives of people, whether it is the lives of the taxpayers that we administer, whether it's the lives of South Africans who are all beneficiaries of the work we do, or whether it's the lives of the 12,500 people that work alongside us within the organization. Everything we do is about the lives of people, and it is our explicit intent to make sure that our impact on these lives are indeed transformative. And we don't take this lightly. And we believe it is that DNA that has set us up for success, and success that is sustainable because it's built on a clear foundation, a solid foundation. So allow me to 4 years ago, when I had the privilege to assume the responsibility, you will know that SARS was in a state, as reported by the Nugent Commission, of decline due to a very explicit and corrupt intent to disable the organization, to render it insufficient. And we saw that in the declining public confidence. We saw that in the declining morale within the organization. And we saw that within the declining revenue results and the declining compliance. So all of these were the indicators that we then watched to say, how do the work we do move those important dials? And what you can see on the screen is a really pleasing story that we can share with South Africans. Gross revenue we have reported last year for the first time surpassed 2 trillion rand, and the highest refund ever paid out of 380 billion rand that yielded a net revenue of 1.68. But the pleasing thing is those trends, right? That over a period of the last 4 to 5 years, the compound growth in revenue refunds, gross revenue refunds and net revenue has outstripped growth in the economy. And the most pleasing graph of this is the middle one that says the fastest growing item is refunds. And so that should give you a clear confidence that SARS is paying out the refunds that's due. We had an 18.7% year-on-year growth in refunds when the gross revenue only grew at 9.7 and net at 7.8. The other pleasing trend is the trade facilitation. This is the goods and services through our borders. SARS has a dual responsibility here. On the one hand, to make the passage of goods through our ports of entry more efficient, whilst at the same time enforce our customs laws so that our local economy is not damaged by illicit trade, the fiscus isn't damaged by the under or misdeclaration of goods, and so that we can have a coherent facilitation of trade. So that's also a very important measure for us. Here is the compliance trend, and we introduced what we call a voluntary compliance index. You can see the trend is upwards. And the compliance revenue, which is revenue that is linked specifically to compliance actions that we take, have gone from 128 billion to 232 billion. So all of these trends are indeed positive and pleasing. And while doing that, we have seen a remarkable shift in taxpayer trust of SARS from 48% to 66%, and the attitude of the public towards compliance from 66% to 76.5%. So again, you can see, we are more efficient in the collection of taxes. And generally we know people don't like us. No one likes to pay tax. But it is therefore remarkable that the very people from whom we collect the taxes have increased their trust and confidence in the system. And we think that augurs well for laying a solid foundation for fiscal sustainability. The other thing, we hold ourselves to a standard, which we must be the first to say we think we still have a long way to go, but to have improved our service from 55% to 80% is a remarkable shift. And we would be the first to say we have a long way to go, because every time we drop the ball, it's one ball too many. But the trend is still positive. And I think the most important trend is this graph that's on screen now. In the left-hand corner, top, you see what has happened globally. And employee engagement is a worldwide standard and index that measures the extent to which employees are positively engaged in the work they do, rationally and emotionally connected to the organization. Globally, since before COVID to now, we see the trend has been downwards from 66 to 5%. In Africa, it has gone from 65 to 61%. In South Africa, it has gone from 66 to 62%. We are pleased to report that in SARS, over the same period, it has gone from 61.6% to 69.4%. So we've bucked the trend. And so if you tell the composite story of SARS in the last 4 years, all of our mandate objectives have improved positively, but importantly, not at the expense of the erosion of taxpayer trust, nor at the expense of disconnecting from our people. And so we think that is a story of a coherent execution of our mandate in a way that, for those of you who remember your MBA lessons, they talk about a balanced scorecard, right? And so this is really a balanced scorecard that tells a positive story. But we still have a long way to go, and we'd be the first to say that we will not declare victory until we believe that every rand that should be collected is collected. We thought we'd share with you the Western Cape, because the Western Cape is one of our large provinces economically. 15% of our national revenue comes from the Western Cape, and you can see there the growth over the 5 years has been almost 8%. Refunds have grown at almost 10%, and net revenue at 7.5%. So that also mirrors the national trend, which is very positive. And voluntary compliance index is at a 70.8%, which compared to our national average is actually higher. So we get the sense that people in the Western Cape are just a touch more compliant than in some of the other provinces. So well done to the Western Cape. And compliance revenue was 22 billion, a 3-year growth of 26%. We thought we would just share that with you so that you can also bask in a moment of glory in the Western Cape. So what's behind this positive achievement? I'm going to go through this fairly quickly, but we wanted to share this with you so that you can understand what we are trying to achieve. It's not a set of things we are doing, but it is building a coherent system that can more efficiently, more effectively, and more sustainably give effect to its legal mandate. And so what's behind this? The first is strategic clarity. We were clear to a fault with what it is we're trying to achieve. And whilst we know that our mandate is to collect revenues, to improve compliance, and to facilitate trade, the why is how we energize ourselves and our people to say, remember, why we do it is it touches the lives of people. And we want that to be transformative. So we set a vision to build a smart, modern SARS with unquestionable integrity that can be trusted and admired. And that's important because for a revenue authority, integrity is very important, to act in a way that's beyond reproach, When the public did not trust you, they will find ways to fiddle with their taxes, and that hurts everyone. We also have a clear theory of compliance that says most taxpayers are actually honest. They just want to get this thing called tax out of the way. How do we help them? And so our strategic intent is to build a system which is increasingly virtuous, relying less on enforcement and more on voluntary compliance. So our compliance philosophy, if you look at the triangle on the screen at the moment, if that represents the universe of taxpayers, we say most taxpayers at the bottom of that pyramid are actually honest. They're willing to do whatever it takes, and for them, we must make it easy. Then there are those who are willing but not able. We must help them. Then there are those who kind of is on the margins. They will get away with it if they think they can. We must detect and deter them. And then there are those who consciously seek to break the law. We throw the book at them, and we do so unapologetically. Ironically, many of the taxpayers who complain and who tweet about us would typically have a case to answer to, and they vent themselves through many of these other forms. Not that there aren't sincere complaints that comes, but it's interesting that when we look into each case, what the motives are of many of the taxpayers. This is an important slide because when we come to the point that you've asked us to talk to, you'll see our constant challenge to balance two variables. On the one hand, making it easy for taxpayers, whilst on the other hand, managing the risk to the fiscus. So let me be extreme about this. If we make it completely easy, we won't stop any cargo, we won't stop any passengers, we won't verify any submission, we won't audit anything, because we want to make it too easy. On the other hand, if we go to the other way and we are only risk based, we'll stop every traveler, we'll stop every cargo, we'll audit every return, and we would never get done with the work. So finding that balance is very important, and increasingly data science, technology, artificial intelligence is aiding us, and I'll show you later on the journey of how we have automated and introduced artificial intelligence and data science to the work we do. Our intent, as I said, is voluntary compliance, which means that you will know that every department submits an APP. These are our APP objectives. So these are the 9 objectives that informs the work we do that is in support of our strategic intent of voluntary compliance. The first 3 are what we call our core business objectives, which is about making it easy, making it clear, making it easy, and presenting a credible threat. The next 4 objectives are our internal enabling objectives, which is about having the best people, making the best use of data, and the best use of technology to create an enabling platform, and the best use of money. Because we believe that it's not our money, it's taxpayers' money. Therefore, resource stewardship is an explicit objective. The last 2 objectives just underscores the realization that we are part of a bigger system, first of other agencies. Today we are here talking to you as a stakeholder. You represent constituencies or taxpayers. Other stakeholders are tax practitioners. We can't, for example, prosecute tax crime if we don't have a good working relationship with the Hawks and with the NPA. And we are frustrated if we think we are not making progress fast enough. So there's a lot of interdependencies with stakeholders, and we've made that one of the centerpieces of the work we do. And lastly, sacrosanct to everything we do is building public trust. And thankfully, you've seen how that has increased over the last 4 years. So those are our 9 objectives that really informs the program of work that we submit every year. There are some examples which, if we had more time, we would take you into our confidence, and maybe on another day we can, but demonstrable examples of how this manifests is our auto assessment, which is really giving about 3 million taxpayers a seamless experience. In fact, they don't have to submit a return to us. We use only data and data science to do the work. Ultimately, the AEO program for example, gives clearing agencies, importers, a green lane experience by having prior certification or licensing. And of course, what we would like to share with you today is the introduction of a traveller system is informed by the same principles of clarity and certainty, ease of compliance, yet giving you and South Africa the assurance that the risk to the fiscus has been minimalist. So to get therefore to our discussion today with that context, we want to share with you the South African traveller management system first, guided by these three principles as I've just referred to. It's part of a broader customs modernization program, one of which, I'm not sure why it's not moving on the screen. There we go. One of which is building smart borders. Smart borders is really about moving most interventions away from the border. For example, we have a pre-clearance system, which means by the time you get to the border, your goods, your cargo have already been cleared. There's no need for us to stop you unless our risk engine detects you as a risk. And so by exception, we will stop you. But by rule, you will just take your goods through. Smart Borders also is using a technology platform to give us real-time information, to share information with other agencies of government. We are often pointed a finger at because of inefficiency of the border. But we're only one party. A lot of the queues, for example, are when people come up to the first counter, which is the immigration counter. In fact, when they come to customs, there's almost a free flow of travelers, and only by exception they are pulled aside. So therefore, you'll not see queues when you come to the customs points. So the first message is it's part of a broader customs modernization program. The second message is to say this isn't a new requirement. The legislation for travelers to make declaration of goods and cash when they leave or enter South Africa has always been in place. We used to have a paper-based system, which at the time was suspended because of certain risks, such as POPIA risk, and the risk where taxpayers felt unsafe when they make very personal declarations about what they have bought or their goods or their financial assets, and then the trust in the system. Where does this information end up? Especially if it's a paper docket that I hand in, where does it go to, where is it kept? And so that was about 15 years suspended, and we used only the self-declaration by taxpayers. So what must be borne in mind is the very fact that a traveler chooses which lane to go through in itself is a declaration. If the taxpayer chooses to go through the green lane, by implication they say, I have nothing to declare. If they go through the red lane, by implication they say, I want to declare. So therefore, if a traveler goes through the green lane, and for any reason, whether it's random or risk-based, when they are called aside, put through the X-ray machine, or a search is conducted, and they've gone through the green lane, and we detect something, by implication, they not only trigger a duty, they also have incurred a crime. They've perjured themselves because by implication they have said, I have nothing to declare. And so the important point, I think, to the provincial legislature is to say this isn't a new requirement. Unfortunately, some of the media and some of the intermediaries have raised it as if it's a new requirement. The only thing that's new is that the rules have been narrowly written to refer to the paper form, whereas we are now in a digital era and we are adjusting the rules to accommodate any form or any medium of declaration. And because the law is not yet in place, we have made the online declaration a voluntary declaration. All of the other obligations still stand, which means we can still select you, we can still pull you aside, but we will not ask you to fill in a declaration. When the law is promulgated, hopefully in the next cycle, next year, then it will become a requirement. But a requirement which will be guided by those three principles of making it clear, making it simple, and detecting any attempt to defraud the fiscus. Now, that's in line with our strategic intent. So let me share with you a typical scenario if the system is fully implemented, and I'll share with you the various phases now. When the system is fully implemented, then we want to create a seamless experience. So here's the scenario. You're sitting, or a traveler is sitting at Heathrow Airport or wherever in the world they sit, JFK, Changi Airport in Singapore, and they have bought some stuff. And they want to know, what am I allowed to bring in? Well, the application, when it's fully developed, you will log onto the SARS website from your handheld device, and you'll put in your shopping list. You'll say, I bought this, I bought this, I bought this, including the quantities, and it will calculate your duty. And it'll tell you, based on what you have bought, minus your duty-free allowances, you have a duty payment of 2,000 Rand. Okay, so that's the first step, and that's in support of clarity. You don't have to guess or doubt. The second functionality is you can do it anywhere in the world on your device, and that speaks to ease of compliance. There's no form, no searching on a website. And then the second component of that is then to say, would you like to pay your duties now? So that you can be pre-cleared, and you'll go into our payment engine, as you can do now with our e-filing system, and you can pay your duties, and your job is done. By the time you land here at Cape Town International Airport, you just walk through. You have nothing to do, except if our risk engine has picked you up and flagged you as a potential risk. So that's really the scenario we want you to hold in your mind's eye when you think about what higher purpose this is serving. It's provide you with clarity, it's provide you with ease to fulfill your obligation, which in any case is already cast in law. And lastly, it gives the honest taxpayers the assurance that the bad guys will be caught. And I think honest taxpayers generally would welcome that. So phase one is completed. That was when we did a pilot at starting at King Shaka Airport, and then rolled that out to Cape Town International Airport and ORT. And between now and the September, we will go to all of our other international airports, our land border ports, as well as our seaports will in the next calendar year all slowly we will introduce the system. We've learned from the pilot that we have to do a lot more marketing, a lot more education, because people, I mean, today is part of such a system where we're making you aware and giving you we need to do this more, use our website and webinars to introduce the idea for people to understand what we're trying to achieve. And then ultimately, as I said, to make this internet friendly, device friendly, so that it's a seamless fulfillment of the obligation. To date, during the pilot phase, 42,000 travelers have used it, and hopefully that number will grow. And by the time that it's fully implemented, we would have ironed out, as is usually the case with any minimal viable product, that we will have ironed out and received feedback to improve. By the time it becomes compulsory in terms of doing it online, we would have a system that is well socialized, well communicated, and the ease of use will have been taken care of. So that's the traveler system. The second question you asked us to talk to us about the implications of tax on remote work. It's in fact not just remote work, it's the changing world of work. So we increasingly have especially the younger generation who will not ever have a full-time job. They'll work in a gig economy. They'll be part of a shared economy. They'll work everywhere from anywhere, or anywhere from everywhere. In fact, we are beginning to play with some of those concepts within SARS in terms of our own hybrid working arrangements. We are testing some of these. But not, naturally, all of this has tax implications. We are guided by the same 3 principles. So let me share with you what those principles are. But before I do that, it is part of a bigger journey of the modernization of personal income tax. Now, I will, in quickly layman's terms, tell you the modernization of tax. Historically, and some of us are old enough to remember what a buff form is, right? My dad used to talk to me about the buff form. It's the income tax return form that SARS posted to you. You then would fill it in, attach all your slips to it, and then send it by snail mail or drop it in a box. So historically, the fulfillment of your obligation would have been purely based on what you declare, plus your IRP, what your employer declare, and you submit it to us retrospectively. So that's we call tax 1.0, right? And based on what you've declared, we will then make the assessment, ask you for information, and we end up with mountains and mountains of paper and dust mites and all of that stuff. Tax 2.0 increasingly will make less reliance on what you declare and more reliance on third-party data sources. So rather than asking you for your IRP5, we'll get that information from your employer. Rather than asking you for how much interest we've earned, we'll get that direct from the banks. Rather than asking you how much have you contributed towards your retirement fund, we'll get that information. Rather than asking you how much money have you taken overseas, we'll get it directly from the banks overseas. We have an automatic exchange of information protocol. So increasingly, we will rely on information that is available through third-party sources, and beyond that, unstructured information that is available in the public domain. But it will still be retroactive. Where we are going, which is what we call tax 3.0, is again less and less reliance on declarations that you make, more and more reliance on information that is available from trusted third parties and the public domain, and in real time. And so real-time assessment is where the future of tax goes, and third-party information as opposed to declared information. So that, if you can hold in your hand. So if you look at this journey, you can see that today, whereas in 2006, you literally would have snail mailed it, and we will tell you it will take, our promise was 90 working days for your assessment. In reality, people waited for up to 180 days for the assessment. Large companies were not assessed for multiple years. Today, in under 5 seconds. So from 6 months to under 5 seconds. At the moment, for the 3 million taxpayers, they don't even have to do anything. If they're not selected, they'll get their refunds in their bank account. I share this with you because whatever else we are doing is part of this story of modernizing the system to be less reliant on the individual taxpayer, more reliant on third-party data, on artificial intelligence, and creating a seamless experience where tax just happens. Now, in that regard, we clearly had to deal with a pandemic. We had to make sure more of our people could work remotely. Around the world, not just in SARS, people were marooned somewhere and continued to work, enabled through technology. So in that regard, the whole notion of a remote working visa then comes into play. Where I am an American citizen or a British citizen, and I work for a company that is located in Britain or in America, but I am here for a period of time rendering a service to the company that's not located in South Africa. Right, so first of all, the visa is a provision that permits that, and then we have to deal with the tax. Alternatively, I'm a South African resident, employed by a South African company, but sitting in an offshore jurisdiction. So what is the tax implication for that new world of work? So those are the two scenarios. The one is remote working in your own country and remote working in another country. South Africa has what we call a residence-based tax or a worldwide tax system, where as long as you're a resident, tax resident in South Africa, you will pay tax to South Africa, regardless of the source of that income, because of our residence-based tax system. And that's the first concept. It doesn't matter where you work, your tax obligation will be to where you are tax resident. Non-residents, on the other hand, who are not registered taxpayers in South Africa through tax residency, may become tax obligated because of the fact that for a period their source of income is from South Africa. So we have a residence-based tax system for residents of South Africa and a source-based taxpayer for anyone who for a period earns South Africa income from South Africa, subject to certain things which I'll come to in a moment. So that's the first aspect in this framework of what is known as nomad visas or remote working visas. Now, of course, South Africa, as a source country, there are certain exclusions. So the first is, if you work in South Africa for less than 12 months, you are not, from the perspective of tax, an employee in South Africa. If you have no remuneration paid by or on behalf of a South African employer, you are excluded, and if no remuneration by a permanent establishment in South Africa, whether that permanent South Africa is South African or not. So that's the first exception. And secondly, the whole notion of am I taxed twice is taken care of by various treaties we have with countries. So if a country has a tax treaty with South Africa, then only the difference in tax is paid by the residence country. So no taxpayer will be double taxed because the tax treaties will take care of that. In the case of South Africa, we know that there's a tax threshold below which you don't pay tax at all, and that will apply to any taxpayer who earns below that. They will not be included for tax purposes. They will not have a tax obligation. And in the case of a remote employee, if they have income below 500,000 Rand, they will also not be required to file. In other words, we will make use of employer or agent information to determine any tax obligation. The foreign employer who doesn't have can do two things. Either work through an agency appointed by a foreign employer to be present and be their agent, who will then administer from a tax perspective and all other perspectives the compliance with local regulations and laws, or it could be Amazon, who has a local subsidiary, and they would effectively be a South African employer with an offshore parent company, or a worker may come here as an individual where there is no agent or no local subsidiary, but they are a consultant for an internationally based consultancy, and for a period they're rendering a service in South Africa. They would then, so those are the three scenarios that would apply. If such workers will then be provisional taxpayers, and the same regulation for provisional taxpayers will apply to them, whereas they must pay their taxes 2 periods a year and then make a top-up and will be assessed when the year is completed, and they must file a tax return unless, as per the previous, they are below the 500,000 threshold for which. So there are still obliged to pay tax, but they don't have to submit a tax return. So let me pause there and open ourselves for engagement. As I said, I'll answer the easy questions, and Frans and Beyers will answer the difficult questions.
Thank you very much. That was extremely informative, and I think we all learned a lot today. Members, I'm going to open up to you, those in person and those online. Can I get an indication of any hands, questions? I recognize Member van der Westhuizen first.
Yes, thank you very much. And it is indeed a privilege for us to have you here today and to hear from you yourself, your views. And obviously, we are beneficiaries of your work, so we are really, really grateful. May I just firstly ask, in terms of swallows, people that travel and earn money in various countries, to what extent would an employer, when they submit the payroll, have to indicate periods or days worked, etc.? And does that submission or the system whereby they submit the payroll with tax deductions, etc., does it fully provide already for let's say multiple periods where people were inside South Africa earning money here, etc.? The second one is also where people would be working for foreign countries but would be in South Africa, and you know, it's not always that easy to determine how much did people earn when they work, for example, on things such as commission earned, etc. And to what extent would you be able to identify that income as being income earned while in South Africa? Thank you.
Okay. We just take
a round of questions.
Yeah, take the round of questions, and then we'll hand it straight over. Member Select.
You have to ask. No? Thank you, Chair. No, Commissioner, thank you very much. Firstly, I'd like to appreciate the presentation, and it's indeed an honor and a privilege to be sitting opposite you on the right-hand side, of course. It is well that most of your presentation deals with people that are legally in the country, in terms of the remote workers, you know, that people that got permission. But we know the history of our country, that there are those that would unfortunately jump the queue and they will find themselves working here without being subjected to be a provisional taxpayer. How are we going to deal with such instances? And secondly, in terms of the BMA, I know when we were dealing with the BMA bill, they wanted to take all, Home Affairs wanted to take all the functions, and then the functions of customs, SARS felt that function, you're not going to give it away. It must be dealt with us, and the same with SAPS. So now that it has been implemented from the 1st of April, how has been the relationship in terms of making sure that what happens on our borders, you know, does not happen, and that what we are supposed to get, we are getting it? Can you just share in terms of that? And also, can you just please just elaborate in terms of your timeframes, in terms of slide 40, where you say you must pay provisional tax at the end of August, and then at the end of the next February? Or why are you talking about August and February? Can you just give us more in terms of, yeah, thanks, Commissioner.
Thank you very much. Are there any members online who have questions? Okay, I see no hands online. I do have some questions myself, but I'll keep them short for now. My first question is the tax declaration. To confirm, will this apply to both foreign nationals and South Africans? And in the case of South Africans in particular, will they have to declare twice when leaving the country and coming home? Then the traveller declaration, just to confirm. Then I wanted to understand In terms of the declaration, is this something that is done elsewhere in the world, and how is it done? What are the benefits around doing it? What are the use cases? And then ultimately, I also wanted to ask, in terms of the app that was mentioned, I wonder if it might also be used in future as a way for people visiting South Africa and who aren't residents here, who don't have to pay tax here or have tax obligations, to also claim back the tax that they spend, instead of saving those receipts and then going to the airport at the end to claim everything. Anyway, I hope that makes sense. That refund, yeah. On SARS app. Yes. Okay, those are my questions. Thank you.
First question is really, it doesn't matter if you're a South African tax resident. It doesn't matter where you earn your income from, whether you for a period are working in Germany or in China, you will be paid for by the South African employer, who will administer the payroll taxes and make a submission to us, and your tax obligation will be local. When the second one you're saying is, if you're a South African citizen, but you are paid from elsewhere directly, which is very different to your company renders a service to an offshore company, that company pays your local company and you still earn your. This is where you are almost an independent contractor and you're rendering a service. I'll ask Frans Tomasek to answer that in a moment. On the illegal, that is a big problem for us. The legal ones are in the net. We are obviously concerned about those who are not in the net. We have active campaigns to broaden the tax base. Employers require tax people, prospective employees to register for tax. Last year we had 1.8 million additional registrations, of which over 1 million are people just looking for work. So that helps us to get people onto the net. But we still have a huge issue around people for any reason are not on the register, and there's an active campaign to broaden the register all the time. The BMA, I'll talk about the scope, and I'll ask Beyers later to talk about the practice. So you're right about the scope. The BMA was created with a carve out for customs, because customs has both an enforcement but as well as a trade facilitation and a revenue collection component. And so therefore, at the time, the argument that was put forward was that you can't collapse that into a BMA. Everywhere else in the world where a border management agency is created, they don't become involved in the collection of taxes or the facilitation of trade. They have an enforcement mandate. Same with our border management agent. How the two agencies interact is each have very clear legislative principles on which it is founded and which gives expression to its mandate. To guide the relationship, it was a requirement that SARS and the BMA formulate a protocol, operational protocol for how they would engage. But it's easy on paper, it's not so hard in practice, so I'll ask Beyers in a moment to tell you how it has happened. But safe to say it's going to be a long transition to create a new agency, get it up to speed, get it fully capacitated. We're going to have lots of scope creep, lots of, and it is by building the road, by walking the road that we'll build it. But Beyers can give you a view on that. In terms of provisional payments, it's just the way that, unlike taxpayers who are employed, who earn no other employment other than the occasional bit of interest, it is there are schedules that determine how much the employer must deduct. In the case of a provisional taxpayer who can get a fixed income but also have other business activities, interest income that is significant, other business activities from multiple sources, it is much more effective that that taxpayer, whether an individual or a company, makes a self-assessment of how much tax they think they will be due after the first 6 months, make a payment, then after the second 6 months, make another payment, and then there's a final assessment that is done that will cover up. So it's purely the way the law was written to allow for people who have various forms of income as a major source of their income to be able to do a self-assessment, which will then be finally reconciled by SARS, which is also why it's called a provisional payment. The law also provides that a taxpayer can't game the system because it will determine what the minimum amount, or we call it in law the basic amount, is that a taxpayer should be paying. And if a taxpayer does not pay the basic amount, SARS can then, in terms of its laws, impose an additional payment that must be made as part of the provisional payment ahead of the assessment. So let's pause there, then I'll come back to the chair's question in a moment. But Frans can give a bit more color to South Africans who have multiple employers, some of which may be offshore, and Beyers can talk to us about the BMA.
Thanks, Commissioner. So just to reverse to the very first question. So Commissioner's quite correct. You pay income tax on your worldwide income, but there is an exemption for certain forms of salary income that you earn offshore. So when that comes into play, your employer has different source codes that they can use to split between those two kinds, so your domestic and your offshore, so that the exemption can be applied properly. When you have multiple offshore employers, given that they would not be registered in South Africa as employers and they wouldn't be paying pay-as-you-earn over to us, you would then have income which is not employment income or remuneration. So you would then be a provisional taxpayer, and then you would go into the provisional tax system. As the Commissioner has explained, you would have your 6 monthly estimate for the first 6 months, your second 6 monthly estimate, your topping up if you wanted to make one to avoid interest, your final assessment that you would put in, final return that you would put in. We would then issue your final assessment, and then you would settle up your books that way. The idea behind the provisional tax system is to try and put people who are not employees on a more equal footing, because if you're an employee, you're having that deducted every month, so you don't feel it into your pocket as a big lump sum that you get charged at the end of the year. Provisional tax system does something similar for people who are not employees. It spreads the load over the course of the year.
But the fiscus is also a beneficiary of more regular payments because of just the cash flow management. So rather than waiting at the end of the year, I mean, some taxpayers may prefer to pay one big lump sum, but that would then compromise the time value of money that's due to the fiscus.
Thank you. On the BMA, I think the most important instrument is the implementation protocol. And it is certainly not something that's going to be implemented easily. So your question was, how's the relationship? It will be a very tight relationship over the next couple of years, just to get a new agency embedded within the border environment and that talking to the BMA. But there is a set of committees that's been kind of set up for governance, starting with working groups on legal operations, finance, modernization, etc., to deal with kind of the day-to-day work, and that escalates into a committee where the DGs of different agencies and let's call it the holders of the policy sit. So agriculture will sit there as the holder of the frontline agriculture policy, and the same for health, etc. And SARS also sits there, and then it escalates up into an interministerial committee where SARS is also represented through the Minister of Finance. And actually, quite recently, we were asked to give a presentation at the interministerial meeting on the traveller management system. So what we do in addition and as part of the implementation protocol, and SARS have always had the view in terms of how we built the custom systems, we actually built single window kind properties into our systems. So for argument's sake, If you take TMS, we have in the design, it has the ability to be transposed to other government agencies as well. And some years ago, we've done some work with the Department of Home Affairs and other agencies in terms of looking at their requirements and their needs. So in time to come, TMS will be expanded for their use as well. In the same way that we're implementing single window systems, we've worked with the frontline, which is now in the BMA for agriculture, where we've created in the single window environment access to the case management portfolio in SARS, and that will be implemented within the next 6 months, where we will automatically push agriculture cases through the system to them, and they can work with that. And that's all part and parcel of what we do in terms of giving the implementation protocol a real life.
So to then come to Chair, your questions. The first is who must declare all travellers, whether they are a resident or not, passport holders or not, is obliged to make the declaration. So, for example, there are certain provisions on when it will be dutiable and when it will not be dutiable, but the simple rule is you have to declare if you are travelling and you have goods in excess of the duty allowance, the duty-free allowances, as well as if the cash that you carry is beyond whatever the limit is set at the time. The second is you need to make declarations whether you come into the country or out of the country. And that's important. So, for example, if you should, by law, if you're taking your own laptop out, declare that I'm taking out a laptop, this is the serial number, the value is 25,000 Rand, so that when we ask you on your return and we now see a laptop that may just be a month old, you bought it just before you flew out, you then have proof that actually you brought this on your way out, so it's not something you bought overseas. So it's in your interest to declare on either way. We have a softer approach to that. But in law, when you come back, the onus of proof will be on you that it's not something you bought overseas that you're bringing in, but something that you actually took out. So it's useful for those cases to just have your receipt or where you bought it, or electronically or physically. And that's why in and out is important, so that there's a set-off between the difference. Global practice varies, but it comes down to the same basic point that for customs purposes, certain goods are prohibited outright because they are legal, and what may be legal or illegal may be determined by the country. Okay. So that's the first thing. Secondly, customs duties are charged in one way to also protect domestic economies. Every country protect their own, and customs duties and other trade policies are some of the instruments that are used, not just to collect revenue, but also to give certain protection to local distribution, so that there is a disincentive to buy something offshore if it is already available onshore. How countries apply this will be different. So, for example, at the moment, if you're a traveler, South Africa uses what is known as a traveler manifest. So ahead of a plane landing, we will know who is on the plane. From that basis, we have a sense. The second is our customs officers are trained to watch behavioral signs and what people may or may not do. You know, certain things will sit on the carousel forever. Other people will be fidgety. So they are trained to look out for those behavioral cues that suggest that someone may know that they are wittingly breaking the law. And so various other things are done. You can do that with people, or you can do that with technology, facial recognition.
Let's just tend to that quickly. Muted, thank you.
Okay. So my question is, there's a global requirement in law for all countries to place some limitation of what goods you may not bring in and what duties are applied. I mean, Singapore, for example, has the lowest requirement for what you can bring in or out because they don't manufacture a lot, so you're allowed to bring in meat, you're allowed to bring in food up to certain quantities, and then you can. Whereas South Africa, for example, we don't allow plant-based or animal-based products to come in. The gold standard to which we have the aspiration to move towards is to move towards a complete risk profiling of the traveler, not just for that incident or that event. A passenger manifest just tells you the name of the people who are on that. It doesn't tell you the travel pattern of that individual, how often that individual may go to South America, to a country that may be a high risk for us for importation of drugs, for example. So we are moving towards a passenger name record, which will give us more detail of a taxpayer, more of a profile of the taxpayer, not just the fact that they are traveling between point A and point B. And so the gold standard is the more information you can collect about the traveler ahead of time, not just for that incident, but over a time period, the better you are able to assess or profile a traveler for risk, and therefore you are able to select those high-risk travelers for further investigation. That's where we are moving towards. When you have reached that point of sophistication, you will find that most people will just walk seamlessly through. So if you land at Heathrow today, you won't see customs officers. That doesn't mean there isn't a customs function. You don't know who sits behind the glass. You don't know what they're picking up. You don't know how they've profiled you before you even landed there. So that's where we're moving towards risk profiling a traveler in its totality so that we can select better based on risk, and that the border itself becomes a hassle-free passage. But we're not there yet. Part of our modernization is to get us there. VAT refund, good feedback. I'll certainly make sure that when we look at the scope of this development, that's an additional functionality that we can add.
Thank you very much. Members, are there any follow-up questions or additional questions? I recognize Member van der Westhuizen.
Thank you. May I go a little bit wider than the brief for today? We live in a world where everybody can order something online from anywhere in the world. And obviously, you know, when those goods come into the country, let's call it spare parts for your exotic motorcycle or whatever the case might be, some customs need to be paid on that. Now, quite often, there's quite the speed is of the essence. You know, everything in the world revolves just faster, except the Earth around the sun. So my question is, to what extent are we already able to let the goods come through, you know, and not for DHL or whatever to wait until you've made a deposit, that it's been cleared by the bank before they release the goods to the recipient in South Africa, for example? Are there any plans to perhaps speed up that? Somebody said to me that, you know, anybody can register as a, can we call it an importer with SARS and open an account with SARS for such things, but you know, many people that only occasionally would order something on Amazon or eBay or one of these international online sites. Perhaps if you could inform us of your thinking or any developments perhaps in that regard. Thank you.
I'm just going to complete the round and then we can hand over. Mem Seleko, any further?
Honorable Chair, thank you very much. Commissioner, I'm just going to ask about your statement that you said here in the Western Cape, the residents or the taxpayers are more compliant as compared to the rest of the country. Why is that?
I see the eagerness to jump in. I don't see any hands online, but for the sake of time, I know I'm stealing more time than we've been given. So I noted that a massive portion of what's being done here is about risk profiling. And so there's two parts of my question. The first is, have you engaged with Interpol as a possible stakeholder in terms of risk profiling? And then would it be fair to say that some of the work being done here, in addition to risk profiling, is also maybe a protectionism method in response to global inflation, or is that a bit of a stretch? I will hand it over there and then conclude questions because we are well over time.
Okay, so when it comes to e-commerce, if you take how the process works today, you still have to make a declaration, and usually it is the DHL or the courier that will make that declaration on your behalf. And the assumption is that they would have the data to enable them to make that declaration in advance. So kind of, if you take kind of the current process now, it can take one of two angles. One which is very manual, which is called the DA306 process. Don't want to go into the technicality of that, but that is under certain conditions. It's less than a certain value, etc. Or the alternative is it's of commercial nature and you have to do a formal declaration. And in the same way as in normal declarations, it takes a few seconds to go through the system with us if the risk engine don't flag you. But that manual piece is where we've still got a problem as SARS. And e-commerce is one of the things that we would have to look at in the future. Hopefully, in this year, start the spade work for that. But to build a system where maybe we can start engaging with the foreign supplier to actually start the declaration at that point already. There is projects that we are doing where we've pushed forward the requirements of providing declaration information well in advance of the actual declaration. And that's probably something that we will explore in the future for the piece that's stuck in the manual still.
The second part of that is obviously for entities that import regularly. We have a licensing requirement for them to be accredited as a preferred importer. We call that our AEO program, our Authorized Economic Operator, which basically the design behind that is to give them a green lane experience, less hassle, and periodic checks and balances and periodic audits that we may conduct. But as I said to the chair earlier on, increasingly we want to do less work at the border or at the port of entry and more strategic and knowledge risk profiling work so that our intervention at the border is an irreducible minimum, and only when we detect a real risk. Other than that, trade facilitation has a huge economic multiplier for us, and we should be striving towards greater facilitation and lower enforcement. And that's what our modernization seeks to do. On the Western Cape more compliant, I mean, I can say because Willie is a good regional director. So I think we haven't done, I don't want to pretend that we're turning this into a perfect science or any scholarly analysis. What is pleasing is that, and specifically in the last year, we've seen a nice shift in terms of the compliance activities that we've designed for the Western Cape, which has led to the fact that there appear to be a positive trend. And I didn't say the best, I said better than many other provinces. There are other provinces and other segments, obviously, that does equally well. So it was just the opportunity to say thank you for the part that you play as the legislator in helping us achieve our mandate. The Interpol, so SARS is a member of the OECD, and all of the OECD work streams, whether it is Treasury to Treasury, Financial Intelligence Center to Financial Intelligence Center, tax authorities to tax authorities, and through Interpol. So South Africa is integrated into a global network within, as well as the World Customs Organization in our case. Within that, there are various agreements and protocols that allows for information exchange. So for example, South Africa has signed up to the protocol of information exchange through an automatic exchange of information, where we have about 107 countries that, there's about 170 countries that are signatories, but there's about 107 with whom we have exchange of information. What that means is we receive automatically information about South Africans who have financial assets overseas. We then take that into our composite risk profiling system. We don't have to ask for that. Then we have information on request. So if we are busy with a specific case, we can request information from another jurisdiction about a specific taxpayer, and provided there is an agreement in place, that information can exchange. We also have other mutual assistance agreements that if a person who has a payment obligation to SARS, but resident in the United Kingdom, the United Kingdom authorities can collect the money on our behalf. So there are various arrangements in place that allows for anything from information exchanges between two jurisdictions to compliance actions and enforcement activities by those jurisdictions. And SARS is a well-respected and credible revenue authority in that regard, as far as that is concerned. On the protectionism, I'm not quite sure I understand the question, but I think, as I said earlier on, there is a trade-off between have a totally open economy and a totally protected economy. And the smart money is always that you need to lean towards an open economy to encourage investment, to encourage repatriation or expatriation of funds. And South Africa, in that regard, does fairly well against its peers in terms of the rule of law, the protection of minority rights. We have the most public national accounts. We have some of the best audit standards. Our Johannesburg Stock Exchange regularly features as one of the best, or at least in the top 3 in the world. So our system has sufficient integrity to protect rights. Where we let ourselves down is the enforcement of some of the laws, which is why we are at risk with FATF and the grey listing, because they simply say we are not able always to enforce the laws that we already have in place. One of the big things for us from a tax perspective is to have access to beneficial ownership as opposed to legal ownership. So an example of that is you may create a family trust, call it Alabama Family Trust, and your family members are economic beneficiaries of that, but legally you don't own it. And so the company's register is at the moment engaged in making beneficial ownership a requirement of the registration of an entity, notwithstanding that the entity is a legal persona on its own right. We need to be able to, as they call, pierce the corporate veil to see who are the real owners, who's the controlling mind, who are the real beneficiaries. That's a piece of work that we do. Already at the moment, we can obtain beneficial ownership through exchange protocols between us and the banks. So we have the legal instrument to have access to beneficial ownership. And once we have access to it, then through other exchange of information, legal instruments between us and the NPA, us and the law enforcement agencies, that information can be shared. So my point is I think in every crafting of a tax law, there is wittingly or unwittingly an element of trying to open up an economy to allow the free exchange of business activities, balanced with how do you enforce and protect the local economy. So I don't know if, protectionism is obviously a big word, but I guess for all countries, it's balancing the domestic interests with the international.
I think we could easily go into a much longer conversation, but we are over time. So I just want to sincerely thank you, Commissioner, and your team for joining us today and for giving us the privilege of being the first legislator that you have come to brief, particularly on this topic. So you're excused. Thank you very much again. You're welcome to help yourself to a coffee or to any refreshments in the lounge. So members, our next briefing will be from the Department of Transport. We'll just give it a moment for the SARS officials to leave, and then we'll get cracking with the next one. Can I just confirm, do we have Mr. Sukudo or Ms. Mshweni online?
Yes, Ms. Mtweni is online.
Okay, thank you. All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Mtweni, for your patience. We understand that you were initially before SARS, so I appreciate your indulgence and allowing us to shuffle around the program a little bit. I will now afford you the opportunity if you'd like to introduce yourself and to colleagues with you, and then from there, you're welcome to jump straight into your presentation.
Thank you very much. My name is Nomsa Mtweni. I'm the director responsible for providing support to the National Public Transport Regulator. Before I commence with my presentation, I would like to tender an apology for Mr. Sukudu, who is unwell and couldn't come and do the presentation. Hence, I'm representing him today. I will start with the presentation. Chair, can you confirm that it is depicted on the screen?
I can confirm we can see it, but it's not on the slideshow mode yet.
Okay, I'll change it shortly. Okay. Chairperson and members, the purpose of this presentation is to bring to the members the steps, as was requested by the committee, that have been undertaken to address the backlog and the solutions that we came up with to deal with the challenges that we encountered in as far as the tourism operating licenses are concerned. The presentation is short and then it will talk to the background. I will also allude to the earlier identified challenges which were presented by Mr. Sukudu, then proceed to the progress to date and conclude the presentation. Members and the chair would recall that on the 9th of November 2022, the department briefed and gave progress update on the matters related to the NPTR in as far as the operating licenses and accreditation of tour operators is concerned. We can still confirm that to date, the NPTR is only considering applications for applications and accreditation of tourist transport operators, and we are currently putting systems in place to try and give the NPTR all its mandate, which will then include the processing of applications for operating licenses for interprovincial services. Since then, the NPTR has been meeting constantly from June, following the appointment to process the application backlog. The earlier identified challenges were the delays in the, the earlier identified challenges were the delays in the finalization of applications, which then led to the tourism industry representatives approaching the department, registering their concerns in as far as these delays were concerned. And when the matters were, or the issues raised were investigated, it was found that the delays in the issuing of these transport operating licenses and accreditation certificates were as a result of the prolonged absence of the NPTR committee. And also internally, there were issues around the interpretation of the National Land Transport Act. Also, the system, the old system that we are using attributed to these delays, because apart from the absence of the NPTR, once the committee is appointed, you find that the processes of the capturing of applications is more manual and it takes too much time. In some instances, you find that because the applications are lodged via emails, often than not, they don't reach the destination or the place where they are emailed to. And even from our side, the responses to the operators, they don't reach the operators. So that contributed to some of the challenges that the NPTR had. However, as a department, following some engagements with the with the operators, the minister appointed an interim committee in April 2022. This comprised of officials within the department who were then designated in terms of Section 20, subsection 2 of the National Land Transport Act on a part-time basis to consider and dispose the applications that were purported to be application backlog. At that time, the backlog was reported to be 1,014, and the NPTR, following the appointment, was then given a mandate or a directive to dispose that application backlog. I must say that the committee worked and burnt the midnight oil and disposed that application, and even considered applications that came in whilst they were considering the application backlog, which amounted to around 418 applications. And after they've considered the backlog and approved the applications, we then noted a challenge that, yes, the NPTR has approved the application. However, these licenses that have been approved are not being uplifted, or operators are not coming forward to uplift these operating licenses. And with the continuous engagement with stakeholders, we then had to partner with the Tourism Business Council of South Africa and embark on a drive or roadshows to try and encourage operators to come and uplift their operating licenses. That process gave us an understanding and the challenges from the operator's side as to why were they not coming. And we learned that the reason why some of the operators were not coming to uplift their operating licenses was due to the fact that during COVID, operators had to sell their vehicles because they were not working and could not pay their installment. Therefore, they had to either sell or the vehicles were repossessed. There was also another category whereby operators applied without having vehicles, and then they were waiting for them to get, they were waiting to get approval of these licenses before they can go and purchase vehicles. And then there were also other operators who just did not meet the requirements or the conditions that were set post the approval. So we had to embark on these road shows to go and encourage them to come and uplift, and then where we can, assist them to come and uplift their operating licenses. And the one part of assisting them was to also educate them or inform them about the option that is available, that to say after approval and you are not yet ready to come and uplift, you can apply for an extension, and then we will then give you 30 days extension for you to come and uplift the operating license. And then there was also another issue around Regulation 25(2) of the National Land Transport Regulation of 2000, wherein this regulation allows operators who have applied for renewal of operating licenses to keep, and they've applied, and where the regulator has not yet issued or finalized the application, they are allowed to drive with the receipt together with the original operating license in the car up until the, excuse me, up until a new operating license is issued. So you would find that often than not, law enforcement authorities, they would impound vehicles because they did not recognize the receipt, or either they interpret it differently. And in some instances, you find that even operators that do not qualify to drive with this receipt, they would then produce the receipt as proof that they have applied. So we then had to take this matter and elevate it or escalate it to the Committee of Transport officials to explain, to say there was this challenge which is also affecting the smooth operations of tour operators. After considering it, they then referred it to MINMEC, which said in April, and they approved that a letter or letters need to be written to MECs to try and clarify this regulation, and also implore on law enforcement agencies to comply with this regulation. So we are currently busy with the finalization of those letters, which will be circulated to MECs with the hope that it will minimize this disruption as a result of the impoundment of vehicles. Further to that, we have developed the standard operating procedure manuals, which we have workshopped with provincial regulatory entities, and also the NPTR has its own procedure manual, which they are constantly, as they go out to these road shows, they workshop operators, reminding them of the requirements for lodging applications. And with that, we're hoping that at least before submitting an application, an operator would know what is required and try and submit all the required documents. By so doing, it will also save time, so that by when we receive this application, we are able to process it instantly to avoid the to and froing of emails to try and make the application to comply. As I indicated earlier on, that the NPTR has got other functions. However, currently it is only focusing on the processing of applications for tourist transport licenses and accreditation. There was a draft business case that was developed proposing or recommending steps that needs to be put in place so that to empower the NPTR to take up all its function. So that business case has been submitted to the DG, and we're hoping that in this financial year 2023-24, there will be some movement in preparation for the takeover of all its functions by the NPTR. And then also with regard to the system that is slow, outdated, there is a service provider that was appointed to redesign the National Land Transport Information System, and they have prioritized the NPTR module, which will then automate all the processes of the lodging of applications. As I speak earlier on, we had a meeting whereby they're already purchasing the what they call the scanners and your fingerprint. I don't know, the Department of Home Affairs, they would, know that term. That it's the fingerprinting where you log in using your fingerprints. So they've already started working towards that and ensuring that all the processes of the NPTR are automated. And with that also, the good that we think will come out of that process is that it will reduce time by when application changes hands. In some instances, documents get lost in the process. So these are the things that we have done to date to ensure that we fast track the processing of the applications for operating licenses for tour operators. And also, having said that, there was also issues around the interpretation of legislation. So there's a National Land Transport Amendment Bill, which was returned back by Parliament, and then they've then requested that it be sent back to provincial legislatures. That has been done, and 6 provinces, presentations has been done to 6 provinces, and only 3 are outstanding. I mean, only 4. 3 have been done, and then 4 are outstanding, or 3. Okay, let me correct myself. 6 presentations has been made, and it's only 3 that are outstanding, which is your Free State, your Northwest, and the Northern Cape. And we believe that with the partnering with the stakeholders, especially the tourism stakeholders, we will be able to assist the operators to comply. And when they comply, they will be able to put South Africa on the map, because they will be legitimate operators. So those are the things that we have done to date, and then we continue, or we strive to improve on daily basis to provide quality service to our operators, who will in turn also provide good quality service to their passengers. With regard to the queries and complaints, we have written a letter whereby we were confirming that operators who still continue to experience challenges or encounter challenges, they must contact Ms. Rejoice in Chabeleng, and we said her contact details was 012309 3237. And if they can't find her, they can also contact me on 012309 3125, so that we can try and assist and also resolve the challenges that they have. Thank you very much, Chairperson. That was my short presentation on the progress.
Thank you very much. We really do appreciate it. And again, thank you for hanging on to the end. Members, are there any questions? I recognize Member van der Westhuizen and then Member Seleko.
Yes, thank you very much for this presentation, and please accept that I can only speak for myself, but I'm a layperson when it comes to road transport regulations, etc. My first question is just, what is this term of the interim NPTR committee? It was appointed in April of last year, will we be heading for perhaps a situation where, again, there won't be such a committee? Then secondly, congratulations on addressing the backlog of more than 1,000 applications by September of last year. But if you could give us an indication of how many applications do you receive, let's say, per month, and what is the turnaround time currently to consider and adjudicate on those applications currently? And then lastly, Chair, if we could, I don't know if this amendment bill has been presented to the Western Cape. It seems to me, if I read your presentation correctly, but perhaps if we could ask even afterwards for us just to be given the link to that presentation, because I presume that that would have been perhaps an online presentation to the Western Cape. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Member Seleko.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the presentation. Let's go to slide 4. In terms of less appetite to uplift OLs by applicants. Can you just give us an indication in terms of the number of applicants that has less appetite to uplift their OLLs in the Western Cape? Would it be possible for you to give us a number in terms of the Western Cape? How many has not been coming forth to uplift that? And secondly, in terms of dealing with applications, can you indicate to us what is the minimum that you spend on an application when you deal with an application, a minimum time spent and to a maximum? And that's my only 2 questions, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I do have a few, but I won't ask them all at once. My first question is, in terms of progress of addressing backlogs, how is this progress being communicated to the industry and the mechanisms in place in order for people to go about applying or ensuring that they are up to date with their licensing? That's my first question. My second is, what are the timeframes for processing each operating license, and how does that compare to the current norm? And then just number 3 for this round is, what measures can be taken to support businesses who actually want to expand their operations and who buy a new fleet? Can they not also apply for a license and then use their receipts in the same way that they would have if they had applied for a renewal of their license? Okay, I'll hand those questions over.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Regarding the interim committee, I think the word came about as a result or the anticipation, I think last year, that the president was going to sign the bill into law, which unfortunately was not the case. And the signing of the bill into law then comes with changes, because currently the legislation says that the minister must appoint officials of the department and designate them as members of the NPTR, either on full-time or part-time basis. Then the bill will then introduce the non-executive directors, like in your same as your entities. It will be external people, it will be internal people. I mean, external people that will be considering the applications. Then the minister will have to take a decision as to whether, when appointing those external people, will he or she appoint them on part-time or full-time basis. In as far as and for now, this interim committee will continue to process applications up until the bill is signed into law. Unless if some of the officials, they exit the department, then they will have to be replaced, and so that the committee can continue to work. In as far as how many applications are concerned, or applications do we receive per month? On average, we are receiving around 80 or 100 applications, which are only for tourist transport operations. And the turnaround time, I will always stick to what the law says. The law says the application must be finalized within 60 days from the date of receipt of a complete application. So often than not, we exceed this turnaround time of 60 days. We are not meeting it. Reason being, one, you find that either there is no committee in place. Secondly, the applications that we receive, they are incomplete, and therefore we need to have that interaction with the operator and try and make this application complete. This is despite the fact that the law says if we receive or the NPTR receives an incomplete application, it must be rejected. So the NPTR is not enforcing that, but it has taken an approach that as and when we receive the applications which are incomplete, there must be that interaction with operators to try and make their applications comply. With regards to the presentation on the bill and the request for the link, I will pass this request because I don't have it, and it's not within our directorate. People that are responsible for this bill are not within my directorate. So I will request the chief director, who in turn will either provide the link, or the director responsible for that will provide that link. And then the question from Mr. Siliko to say the number of applications from the Western Cape, the breakdown of those operators that do not come and uplift the operation. Unfortunately, the operating licenses. Unfortunately, I don't have that information with me now. However, I can just give an example, which is a national view, to say of all the approved applications, taking from the number that I reported on the 1,014 backlog and the 418, only 619 operating licenses have been uplifted and collected. Hence, we then started that drive to say why this huge number, around 500, is not coming to collect the operating licenses. And we have then picked up that some of the operators, they said they are no longer interested because they won't be able to purchase new vehicles, but that number is very small. And then you have in the range of around 200 operators that have applied for operating licenses, but they do not have vehicles. They still have to go and buy vehicles. So those people, it might take time for them to get vehicles and come. By the time they come back, by law, we must have cancelled because 60 days would have passed. But we're still hanging in there, taking into cognizance that a number of things happened. Not only operators are at fault for the situation as it stands. And how the minimum time spent on an application, like I said, it will depend. If an application is complete, it's received by email, the person that checks the application will check it. If it complies, will allocate it to a help desk officer. They will then verify, send it to the cashier that will issue an application number, take it for processing. And processing is a back office wherein they have to register the area where this person wants to work. They must gazette that application for 21 days. And after that is done, there are no objections. They will then prepare the application for consideration by the committee. the consideration or adjudication by the committee is on first come, first served basis. So as and when the applications are ready, they are being prepared, they're put there, they wait for the committee to consider, depending on how many they consider during that particular time, then, you know, they will come in, go out, come in and go out. So one cannot tell exactly, but we are bound by the law. We need to strive for the 60 days turnaround time. And if our systems are automated, I think it is easy to beat and achieve that 60 days turnaround time. Hence, I said, if this redesign is finalized, we are positive that we will be able to comply with the 60 days turnaround time by when all the applications need to be finalized. And how progress is being communicated. We have a sort of a task team that was established when the tourism industry raised concerns. So the minister established a steering committee wherein they would meet, and every time we give progress of where we are and the challenges that we come across, and they will then go and give their constituencies or their members feedback on the progress. But also, we are using this platform of the road shows, which have now become an ongoing thing, where we communicate with operators, and especially one-on-one where they have challenges and so on, we communicate with them. This is over and above the normal processes internally of writing back to individual operators, requesting additional information, updating them on the status of their application. The challenge that we then come across with the interaction one-on-one with operators on the status of their specific application, you find that some operators, they make use of the consultants to lodge these applications, and somewhere along the line they no longer work together, and correspondence continue to be sent to the consultant, because he has given this person, I mean, the operator has given the consultant the proxy. So the information will go to the consultant, and the consultant will, in some instances, sit with that information and not forward it to the operator. There's also another category where operators will use internet services. They go to internet, lodge the application, and when we respond, we'll respond based on the information or the email that came in, because we rely more on emails than posting correspondence, because we are of the view that it takes longer. So we use various methods of communicating with operators, but there's also some area of improvement that needs to happen in that space on both the operators and officials. I think I've touched on the issue of the timeframes for processing the operating licenses, which talks to the turnaround time, which is stipulated in law of 60 days, which we are currently not complying with, but we're striving to do just that. With regard to, can operators use a receipt, like for example, a new entrant in the market, can he use a receipt? If that was to be the case, I think that there will then need to be a legislative amendment that will incorporate that, because the Act is clear. It talks about when you have applied for a renewal of an operating license. Yeah, I think I've responded to all the questions, Chair.
Thank you very much. Members, are there any follow-up questions? I see no follow-up questions on the floor, and are there any online? Okay. I recognize Member van der Westhuizen.
Chair, what I just heard was that in terms of the regulations, the turnaround time should be 60 days. But that you are unable to adhere to the 60-day period currently. And I think we would love to get a glimpse into the future as to when will you be able to conform to your own regulations so that we can assure people that apply for such licenses that, you know, they would not have to wait an indefinite period of time, but that, you know, they would at least get the outcome of their applications within 60 days.
Thank you. Any further questions? None? All right. I just have 2 follow-ups then. So the first follow-up was, I noted you had previously said that while legislation dictated that in the case of incomplete applications, that those applications should be rejected, that the department went kind of around that piece of legislation and continued to engage with the applicant. But why is it that it cannot do the same in an extraordinary circumstance, which isn't the fault of the license holder, to provide them with a receipt so that they can expand their business, so that they can help the economy, and so that they can create jobs? Surely this needs to be considered as well, as it's not uncommon that the legislation is reviewed in a different light due to extenuous circumstances. And then my second question is also looking into the future. How will the automating process help with the application process? What does that actually look like? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. On the issue as to why can't we go an extra mile around assisting the operators to to comply with you know, to be given a receipt and drive with a receipt, given that it is not their own making. I wish I had an answer to that, but unfortunately I don't, because when I said we were not implementing the provision fully, it's based on the fact that everything started during COVID, and so we were cognizant of the fact that the issue or the cause of not processing those applications for renewal was COVID, and also with the renewal, the chances of rejecting an application are very slim because this person already has that authority. However, with new application for with an application for a new operating license, it is not guaranteed that person will be given an operating license. They can still reject that application. But by virtue of you allowing that person to drive, to operate with them with a receipt, you've already raised the expectation that he will get the operating license, which is not automatic. Unlike with the, when you equate it with the application for renewal. In as far as the automation is concerned, from the demo that we have seen, operators will be able to lodge their applications and upload documents on their site. And from our side, then there will be people that verify those documents as to whether they comply or they don't comply. And there will be that desktop that reports to say this application has been sitting here for too long. Like, for example, you find that an application has been forwarded to an official who is not at work for a week. It will stay there and wait for this person because currently the processes are manual. But with the new promised NLTIS is that supervisors will have that desktop view wherein they'll be seeing where the bottlenecks are or where things are not moving and try and redirect the work so that the work does not get there. I had one of the colleagues in the earlier presentation to say, when they adjudicate, officials don't deal with physical files. They just log into the system and approve or reject an application. This is where this system that we will be developing is also going, whereby we move away from taking stacks and stacks of physical files to the committee for them to go through the files and consider this application. So we're hoping that when we roll out the system, they will also be able to log onto the system and check the documents. If they are satisfied, they comply and then approve the application. They won't have to be in an office. They can do that wherever they are, as long as they are given the time frames by when they need to log on and consider those applications. There was a question. Can I request that that follow-up question on when will we comply? I think I did not write the question completely. The first follow-up one.
Thank you, Chair. If we could just get an indication of when you aim to get the backlog down so that you would be able to respond within 60 days to applications for operating licenses. Are you making progress so that you would be able to meet the regulations by June of this year, July, August? If we could just get an indication so that we could pass it on to the members of the public that approach us. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Say I'm unable to commit to the deadline, like for example, to say, is it going to be June? Is it going to be September? Because I said, if we get our processes automated, our work is going to be easy. And currently it is only now that the IT people and the service providers are doing their final touches on this system, and they still have to go and train people on the system that will be coming. So maybe in the next presentation that the NPTR or the department will do regarding this, a request can be tabled for them to incorporate all these elements that has a bearing on the NPTR not being able to to comply to the 60 days turnaround time. But the system one would be the first one because we're relying on it. Currently, if everything is manual, operators are lodging applications by email. Sometimes you find that the volume of the application exceeds the acceptable thing, it will bounce back, So I'm saying the automation one will reduce our problems, and we should be able to comply with the 60 days turnaround time. That is also if the NPTR is in place and it meets as often as possible.
Okay, thank you. Members, are there any follow-up questions? I see no follow-up questions, none online. All right, none online. Ms. Matrania, I want to thank you for the presentation and for making some time for us today. As we talked and reflected on the past tourism season, it's been a really good day for us, a really positive day. And wonderful to see all the progress made in the various arms that bring our tourism sector to life. So thank you for being a part of that. With that, members, I will excuse Ms. Matrani and any officials from her department, and we can move on to resolutions. Members? Okay. Members, are there any resolutions coming from today's discussions? Member van Westhuizen?
Yes, thank you, Chair. My first resolution would be to thank all of the presenters that came to us today and for sharing the information, and also for us as a committee to note the remarkable recovery of tourism to the Western Cape during the past tourism season. May I add that when I compare this to the World Tourism Association's figures, that the recovery that we've seen in the Western Cape is really remarkable and to be commended. The second thing is, Chair, we've focused on the past tourism season, but many of our tourism organizations, tour operators, hospitality institutions, etc., are often experiencing a very long winter season. And my question would be that we perhaps also ask the relevant role players in terms of perhaps marketing the Western Cape as a winter destination, and perhaps see to what extent can we build on the momentum that we've gained during the past tourism season. I do know that in the past, the Western Cape was, the Cape Town Tourism together with Westgro and so on, they were marketing the green season for the Western Cape, trying to attract visitors. And really, I personally believe that our winters have a lot to offer to people that are not used to winters where the sun is often shining, etc. So that would be my first resolutions. Thank you.
Thank you. I recognize Member Mvimbi.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Just in relation to the presentation that was made by, I think, the tourism department with regards to the tour guides, if maybe we can just get a list of the demographic representation of tour guides throughout the province.
Thank you very much. Are there any further recommendations online? I see none. Members, please bear with me. I have a shopping list. So I'd like to firstly start by commending Westgro on the several awards that they've won for the Never Ending Tourist campaign, which I believe got over 3.5 million impressions. And I think that's quite astounding, wearing my comms hat. And then I would like to propose as well that we invite AXA back in September for us to feedback in terms of the expansion of George and Cape Town airports, as they noted that there was I think an economic review or economic submission that they were waiting on the outcome of for September. So it could be September or October. Then ICT came up as a recurring issue, which affected border management, e-gates, Home Affairs, and AXA. And so I think what's really important is to help get the ball rolling here and play a facilitating role by asking, firstly, the Department of Home Affairs to provide us with information on what are the ICT challenges that they are facing in terms of the e-gates. And then from there, we can take that information and share it with AXA and request a meeting between AXA, between the Department of Home Affairs and their ICT team in order to address this and feedback to us. That was something that we had discussed a bit earlier.
Can I add on to that?
Yes, please.
I believe that the airports company, or particularly Cape Town Airport, has also won 3 awards, and that we also, add to the list of letters on which we congratulate, that we also congratulate them on their achievement. Thank you.
I love that. Thank you. I think at some point it might be helpful for us to engage with the Border Management Authority on challenges related to long queues after the switch over. So just something to keep on our shopping list or to-do list as a committee. Then I would like to also commend SARS on the work that they've done in turning around the entity and particularly in building trust amongst taxpayers. I think they've done an outstanding job under the commissioner. It's a sentiment shared by many people, I feel. I would also like us to, apologies, Zahida's hand must be getting very tired now, write to the Minister of Transport and ask about ways in which we can support MPT or companies operating within the tourism transport space that would like to expand their business or start their business to be licensed efficiently so that they can grow and so that they can create jobs. The one example we explored today was allowing them to use receipts. And then lastly, sorry Zahida, is in June writing to the Department of Home Affairs to follow up on the implementation of the remote working visa, how people can apply for those visas, and by when exactly. Member van der Westhuizen.
May I ask, when we write to the Department of Home Affairs, we've seen some really interesting figures, to put it mildly, regarding the backlogs in the adjudication of visa applications. And perhaps if we could get comparative figures for the last 6 months or so to see whether those backlogs have also been addressed. And then lastly, you know that the presenter on the road transport management regulations were reluctant to commit to when they would be able to meet the 60-day deadline as stipulated in the regulations. And perhaps if we could ask that in let's say in about 3 months from now, that question be put to them, you know, what is the current turnaround time for operator license applications? Thank you.
Thank you, Member Select. Okay. Any further recommendations, members, or resolutions rather? I see none. Members, with that, I want to thank you very much. I know it's been a long day, but I hope you found it interesting and productive. And I want to again thank you very much for your contribution to this committee. The committee is now adjourned.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Have a good day.